teams put out the call. Wanted, the class of 95's leading men. For the last 6 seasons, it's been the Barry and Emmett show in the running back spotlight. Now, Penn State's Kajana Carter wants in on the act. The road less traveled was smooth enough for sweetness and good enough for Rice. Alcorn State's Steve McNair hopes to follow their lead to greatness. The big man up front is a rare and coveted role. Florida's Kevin Carter has the look and, according to some, a perfect fit for the part. Calling all stars, it's the NFL Draft on ESPN. Beautiful day in New York City, and inside the Paramount Theater, the Madison Square Garden Junior, the action is heating up. Big news last night involving the fine defensive tackle Warren Sapp of the University of Miami. Where will he go? Big news atop the draft, where Kajana Carter, running back Penn State, is the #1 pick. The Panthers have made a trade of that pick. A crowd of close to 4,000, draft towels and all. The fur is flying in New York as it is elsewhere around the league. Chris Mortensen reports from Charlotte, where Bill Polian, the man who built the Bills, will start to build this new franchise. They already have veteran quarterback Frank Reich to start the season. What they put around him is the big question. Andrea Kramer is in Jacksonville, where head coach Tom Coughlin has spent 2 years preparing for the next few hours. Steve Berline, Desmond Howard, and Jeff Lageman are the nucleus. The rest will be decided today. Also in Florida, Gary Danielson will be with the Buccaneers, who scored in last year's draft with Trent Dilfer and Eric Brett. This winter, they signed Alvin Harper away from the Cowboys. War Room Cam will focus on Sam White as the Bucs look for some defensive help to go along with Hardy Nickerson. Hank Goldberg is with the Jets, where new head coach Rich Kotite is hearing the cries to replace Boomer at quarterback. But with the loss of Lageman, defense may be the call. Moving up north, Brad Nessler is with the Vikings, and equipped with War Room Cam, where Dennis Green has 4 picks in the first 2 rounds. Warren Moon is the soul of the offense, but he's 38. Draft for the present or draft for the future? That's the question. Mark Malone reports from Philadelphia, where Randall remains, but there's change all around him. Ricky Waters in, Herschel Walker out. Plenty of choices lie ahead for new coach Ray Rhodes. Chris Fowler shuffles off to Buffalo, where the nucleus of a championship team is still intact. But the questions surround Jim Kelly, now 35 and recovering from knee surgery. Chris Myers reports from Dallas, where they still feel the sting of January's championship loss to the 49ers. We'll be there with War Room decisions of Jerry and Barry as they look for some protection up front for their offensive machine. Leslie Visser is in San Francisco, where the memory of embracing the trophy is still sweet. It'll be hard to hold on to. Already they've lost Waters. Dion's a question, but this is a club that always finds the player they need. And the coach, Mike Gottfried, is stationed in the film room, where he'll break down the top players in the NFL Draft. Back in New York about 25 minutes ago, it was announced, as the crowd is already getting fired up, that the Carolina Panthers have decided to trade their #1 draft pick and move down to the #5 slot for Cincinnati's #1 pick. The Bengals would move up, expressly probably to take Kajana Carter. In exchange, Carolina also gets Cincinnati's high pick in the 2nd round, the 36th overall. So Carolina would have 4 picks in the top 36, but not the #1 pick. Let's go down to Carolina Panther headquarters and Chris Mortensen and get the reaction on why the Panthers made the deal.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bill Polian, Chris, said that he needed players, not just one players, and a running back like Kajana Carter didn't make sense to him with an expansion team. Now he's going to be able to take the quarterback he really likes that he compares to Jim Kelly, Kerry Collins with the #5 pick overall. Then they get 3 picks and 5 slots from the end of the 1st round to the start of the 2nd round. They get their players, they build their offensive line, and I think he feels good about the process that this expansion team's about to undertake, Chris.
All right, Morton, we'll be back to you shortly and often, obviously. That is one story that has brewed just the last half hour. The story that brewed around the league yesterday and certainly last night in the early hours this morning is Mort's report yesterday that a National Football League security check of Warren Sapp, the fine defensive tackle from the University of Miami, revealed 7 positive drug tests, one of which were for cocaine. I spoke late last night with his college coach, now head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, Dennis Erickson. He intimated to me that that was way off base, that there are only 2 drug tests in question, both for marijuana. Each one is freshman year, one is senior year, so 3 years apart. As for the rest of the allegations and the stories that have been dug up thus far by the National Football League, Erickson spoke with us on ESPN just a half hour ago.
The 7 positives, the cocaine, that's absolutely a lie and not true at all. And that did not, Warren Sapp did not, or was not, I should say, involved in any in those accusations.
Dennis Erickson loves the Warren Sapp as a player, as a person, and one thing we've learned already about Warren Sapp, he's a stand-up guy. He is with our Craig Erickson along with his agent, Drew Rosenhaus. Craig?
Absolutely, he is a stand-up guy. Warren Sapp, Drew Rosenhaus, his agent. A lot of allegations taking place right now. Drew, we'll start with you. Dennis Erickson, you just heard there, he said that the 7 tests were absolutely a lie. Now, last night you said the same. Do you still stand beside that?
Oh, absolutely. There's no truth to that whatsoever. I can't even tell you where this stuff is coming from. Somebody must be making it up. Warren Sapp has never had any multiple tests of that nature. That's a complete untruth. They've talked about cocaine. That's also very much untrue. And you're looking at a guy right now that has had very few problems in the past.
Did you talk last night with Dennis Erickson?
Yes, I did. You know, and I was trying to figure out where these things were coming from. Coach Erickson was obviously there, and he was shocked to hear these reports because these guys have been together, and there was never any problems. It's just false, and we're still trying to piece together where this is all coming from.
All right, Warren, and that comes down to you. I mean, have you ever done drugs at the University of Miami?
I've never had a problem at the University of Miami with any kind of substance.
Does all this blow your mind that this is coming out?
I mean, I'm sitting up here ready for the draft, and all of a sudden we get a call, and then everything is flying at me. So, I mean, it's just blowing up right underneath me. So, I mean, it's just real tough right now.
How about the reaction to Dennis Erickson and his support for you?
I mean, I knew Coach would stand behind me because, I mean, like he's always said, when we ran together, I mean, that's my guy. I mean, he knows what happened.
How about teams? What are they telling you right now?
Well, I've been very impressed. I'm pleased with what the teams have had to say. I don't think that there's a tremendous amount of concern. I think the teams that were interested in drafting Warren before the reports that surfaced last night are still going to take him. I still see him going in the top 10. Some of the teams with real thin skin, they might be scared away by this bogus media stuff. But, hey, that's fine because, you know, he wouldn't want to play for those guys anyhow.
All right, Warren, what about the 2 positive tests?
I mean, like we said, I mean, it's total fabrication. I mean, I don't even know where it's coming from. So, I mean, whoever somebody's getting it from, I mean, I just actually, you know, show some proof then, if that's what you say.
All right, hang in there today. We'll be back with you.
All right.
All right, Chris.
All right, Craig and Warren and Drew, thank you very much. Certainly the name Warren Sapp, one we'll be talking about plenty. But for now, the name of the commissioner, Paul Tagliabue, to open the 60th draft. Let's go to the podium.
Welcome to the 60th Annual National Football League College Draft. We have had a trade of the first selection in the draft. The Carolina Panthers have traded the first pick in the draft to the Cincinnati Bengals. In return for the Bengals' first-round selection, the number 5 choice overall, and the Bengals' second-round selection, number 36 overall. So the Cincinnati Bengals are now on the clock.
Well, we've been on for about 8 minutes, and I think we have a circuit overload. Joe Theismann, Mel Kiper, who will be with us for, well, today's coverage, tomorrow's coverage, as gavel to gavel, 249 picks will be covered here on ESPN. Let's go to Ki-Jana Carter right away. The pick is coming up. He, no doubt, is a Marshall Faulk type, maybe a tad slower if that's possible, but he's right in his class, right?
He's a great football player, Chris. When you look at Ki-Jana Carter and the Cincinnati Bengals, the Bengals matched the offer that Buddy Ryan gave to Carl Pickens. They have Darnay Scott on the other side. Now you're throwing Ki-Jana Carter to a running game that was non-existent last year. And also factor in Eric Bieniemy and James Joseph, who they added through free agency. Ki-Jana Carter needs an offensive line, so the Bengals will have to address that down the road. But Ki-Jana Carter, great football player, tremendous game breaker in that Marshall Faulk mold. And we saw the difference Marshall Faulk made last year to the Indianapolis Colts.
Well, Carolina, Cincinnati didn't obtain the pick to take 50 minutes to figure out who they were going to select. Let's go to the podium.
With the first pick in the draft, the Cincinnati Bengals have selected running back from Penn State, Ki-Jana Carter. The Jacksonville Jaguars are now on the clock.
Kajana Carter, there he is, and you think of all the work all of these young men have put in just getting to this level, and what a happy day, and the suspense. And I can't say with Kajana Carter, there was a lot of suspense at what number he was going to go. It was just, as he found out late last night and early this morning, Joe, where he was going to go. But obviously the Bengals want to do what Marshall Faulk has done for the Colts, which is immediately elevate them to a respectable 500 football team, which sights a lot higher.
It really has, Chris. I think when you take a running back of the caliber of Kajana Carter, all of a sudden you wind up in a situation where you've got a young man who you know is going to be there, going to be able to carry the football for you, and you build through the running game. It takes a tremendous amount of pressure off of Jeff Blake and the quarterbacks and the wide receivers. It helps out an offensive line that doesn't have to be very good. They can be okay because this is the kind of a football player who can make the offensive line look good. It also keeps the defense off the field a lot more. So this one individual impacts the entire football team at every position.
Mel, he is the height 5'10", maybe just a tad bigger than Emmitt Smith, taller than Thurman Thomas, but at 224, he is a lot bigger build, isn't he?
Strong kid, Chris, and you see the extra gear he has. When this kid breaks the tackle and gets into the open field, nobody, no 4-4 corner is going to catch him. He ran 4.35 during individual workout. You see the creative ability he has. Now the balance and the tackle breaking. Now catching the football, low pass, catches it, turns it upfield, then there's more power that he displays. But it's that ability to sense daylight and then turn it on in the open field and go all the way. And that's the game-breaking ability that Faulk provided, Emmitt Smith provides, Barry Sanders provides, and that's what Kajana Carter is going to do for the Bengals, provided they build that offensive lineup.
Here's a number that blows everyone's mind. I don't care what competition you're running against. 7.8 yards a carry. He averaged last year for Penn State. 23 touchdowns in the regular season, 3 more in the Rose Bowl as Penn State defeated Oregon. So 26 touchdowns and 1,539 yards plus 156 in the postseason. I mean, you're talking close to a 2,000-yard back. He is the first running back to be selected with the #1 overall pick since Tampa selected and did not sign Bo Jackson at 86. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say the Bengals are going to sign him. He'll be the first guy drafted and signed by his team, first running back since 1981. George Rogers, the New Orleans Saints, the year before that with Billy Sims, Detroit, 2 years before that, Earl Campbell. But we haven't seen this for a while. Remember, Marshall Faulk was the #2 pick last year, and certainly Kajana looks good in those Bengal colors. By the way, let's say something about the Cincinnati Bengals right now. Mike Brown, hey, what a gutsy move. He told everyone last night, if you want to come up to the #5 spot, better make your deal by Friday night. He's an honest man because he knew that if no one wanted to come up and give him what he wanted, we're going to go all the way up. Here he makes a gutsy move for Kajana Carter. He has said a year from now, if his stadium situation isn't solved, he would entertain moving the team out. My goodness, the Bengals are standing mighty tall. Where's this come from?
Well, I think it comes from a foundation that they want to go in a direction. I mean, Mike Brown has said, okay, we're going to start and build this football team this way. A running back is a very safe choice. What surprises me is that Carolina, I think, made the move cheap. A 1 and a 2, that's all for him. That's the biggest surprise to me. You'd think a Kajana Carter or the first pick in the draft is going to cost somebody a lot more than just a 1 and a 2. But the ulterior motive of Carolina is they didn't want to take Kerry. They wanted Kerry Collins. They felt like maybe if they moved down a little bit, we know Kerry Collins is going to be there at 5. So Polian may have sold the deal a little bit short, but at least he gets the player that he wants. And, of course, if you're an expansion team, you can't be hurt with picks. As many picks as you can get, that's fine.
Well, the Carolina Panthers now will wait for 4 more picks. They will be the 5th overall. Bill Polian, and speaking with him this morning, Chris Mortensen, knew very well the history of trading out of the #1 spot, that usually the teams that get the #1 player do better than the other teams that get a lot of draft picks. But as he said, Mort, that's only statistics, and he needs players. He's in a different role than most of these teams that have traded out of the #1 slot because he's just building a team from scratch. Mort?
That's exactly right, Chris. I mean, that was the one thing that impressed me yesterday, is that he needed more than one player, and a running back with an expansion team, no offensive line, just didn't make sense to him. By the time he expects to be playoff competitive in about 4 years, who knows if Kajana Carter would be around. Of course, with Kerry Collins, he can be a little bit more patient. They've signed Frank Reich. They've acquired Frank Reich to be their main quarterback and really to be a tutor to Kerry Collins if they get him at the #5 pick as expected, Chris.
Well, Mort certainly building a franchise, and we'll talk about more as the Carolina Panthers have a lot of fellas in that front office that have done this before. Building your football team, whether you are new or whether you are experienced. Mel, you want to get a blue-chip player? Let's walk through the top 10 or 12 players that you've got on the board.
Strong group of athletes, Chris. You look at the top, Carter, Tony Baselli, who figures that Jacksonville can be a Pro Bowl left tackle. Kevin Carter, an outstanding pass-rushing defensive end. You got Michael Westbrook, who figures to be that big receiver that Norv Turner wants with the Washington Redskins. And then Warren Sapp, who could fall all the way down to the Cleveland Browns at 10 because of some of those allegations, plus the fact that he doesn't really fit the physical parameters. And by that, I mean he's not 6'4", 300 pounds. Wheatley could drop a little bit with durability questions, but he's got great talent. McNair may go to Houston with the 3rd pick. Carey, the 5 pick to Carolina. Both those quarterbacks have great potential. With McNair, I think the one quarterback 4 years down the road who could be spectacular. Stokes, the speed question could push him maybe to 8 to 15 area. And Joey Galloway, no question with speed with him, Chris. 4.18 speed. Seattle with Dennis Erickson needing somebody to complement Brian Blades. Would love to have Joey Galloway. Well, those are the players and the names that you'll hear awfully early. The Jacksonville Jaguars figured they paid all this money to get into the league. Why not take 15 minutes while you're on the clock? You get 15 minutes for each of the first-round selections. There's about 8.5 to go with the 2nd overall pick. The word for weeks has been Tony Baselli, the outstanding tackle of Southern California, continuing a fine tradition of left tackles in the name of Munoz, etc., from that school. Or is there some late thoughts of going somewhere else in Jacksonville? Let's head down to Florida and check in with Andrea Kramer. Good afternoon, Andrea.
Good afternoon, Chris. Well, they've been taking calls all morning about the 2nd pick. I guess there's no harm in listening, right? For example, we've heard that Minnesota has called to try to get up into the 2nd spot to take Steve McNair, especially since, as you mentioned, Houston's interested in McNair at the 3rd spot. But Tom Coughlin has a desperate need for tackles. Some people have said it's a mortal lock. He'll take Baselli. This Tony Baselli is a guy that he is very, very high on. Can't say enough about how fluid he is, especially for a big man, 6'7". He even said that he could add some weight still, about 10 more pounds. Tony Baselli is also a guy who wants to come here to Jacksonville. I spoke to him earlier this week, and he would be very happy to be the 2nd pick in this draft and to prove that he is closer to Anthony Munoz than he is closer to Tony Mandarich, the last offensive lineman taken this high, number 2 in '89. Chris, back to you.
All right, Andrea, at about 7.5 minutes left on the clock. Will that be the young man that goes to Jacksonville? Although, if he doesn't go there, he's not going to fall very far. That's for darn sure. Put him a left tackle, let him stay there for 10 years. We'll be back in New York. Keep it where it is. The Paramount Theater in New York, where one pick has been made. It's Kajana Carter. He is a Cincinnati Bengal because of their trade with the number 1 pick with the Carolina Panthers. He's with our Craig James right now. And I imagine, Craig, got to be all smiles.
Guy has to be all smiles. Kijana stands for young man, right?
That's right. Yes, it is. And right now, I'm very happy. Hour and a half from my hometown. You know, it can be. The words can't explain how I feel right now. Because all my family comes see me now every week.
What were your emotions like, knowing over the last 24 hours you're being traded around and discussed so much?
It was kind of funny, you know. My lawyer, Lee Steinberg, said that, I'm going to go first, but he don't know with who. He was saying how Carolina was interested in Carey, and they was interested in trading down to a team, who wanted to select me. And so I was really relaxed, to tell you the truth, last night, because I was let God take care of it, and I was going to be happy anywhere I went.
Were you concerned about Carolina and their makeshift offensive line?
No, I had confidence in my skills. That's how I really looked at it. Like I said, any team who comes together with 40 people that want to win each week, I think they'll be all right, and that's how I came into it.
Your skills, is there any area that you'll work on particularly going into the NFL?
I work on all my skills. NFL is the elite group, and I'm going to try to be one of the elite, try to be one of the best. And right now, I'm going to work on all my skills. I'm not satisfied, first pick, but that's all right now. It's time to go to work.
First pick, number 1 guy, you feel the pressure?
No, not at all. I'm just going to have fun. It's a thing I can carry with the rest of my life. Nobody could ever say they was the first pick in the '95 draft.
Well, you can always dance your way around. You took ballet, right?
Yeah, I don't think I can do that. I think they make fun of me a little bit. One thing I want to say, once again, I did it up close. I want to send out my regards to the people in Oklahoma City again. I honestly feel bad about that, and I hope that a lot of people are feeling good. We're feeling a little bit better about, at least we got the 2 guys that supposedly did it.
All right. Hey, congratulations. Have a great career.
Thank you. Hi, Anna.
All right. Hey, Boomer, he can dance his way through the NFL defensive lines.
Hey, there's no doubt about that. And we learned something else about Kajana Carter, Craig, that in the greatest moment of his life, at least a professional or athletic life, that he's thinking about those and the tragedy involved in Oklahoma. So we know what kind of ball player comes out of Penn State with Joe Paterno. One other note on Kajana Carter. Remember, they're in the AFC Central with Cincinnati. Cleveland a running team, Pittsburgh a running team, Houston 2-14, Jacksonville in there. So Cincinnati can get a few more wins right away with Carter and play maybe the same style of ball a little bit as the big guys who made the playoffs, Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Jacksonville's pick. Here's the commissioner.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have selected tackle, Southern California, Tony Baselli. The Houston Oilers are now on the clock.
So Tony Baselli, the tackle from Southern California, goes with the second pick to Jacksonville. USC offensive lineman, top 5 in the draft. 15 years ago, a young man by the name of Anthony Munoz went with the third pick to Cincinnati. He's going to be going to the Hall of Fame. Ron Yeri was the first pick at 68 with the Vikings. Is he the similar quality player, Mel?
They hope he is, Chris. You watch him here, number 71, the left tackle, critical left tackle. You see the quickness. Here's a kid, 325 pounds. He can get down the field and deliver a block on the move. You'll see him in pass protection and drive blocking. He gets explosion at the point. Here you go with Sean Walters. Then you watch him here again at left tackle, pass protection. There's Ronaldo Winnie's going up against a quick pass rusher. Doesn't even get into the backfield to do any damage whatsoever. Pulling around the corner, outstanding quickness for a kid 325 pounds, Chris. There's no way to soft sell Tony Baselli. He's a great football player, great character individual as well. Kid who had a 3.02 grade point average. He's a business administration major. In the summer of '94, he worked on the construction crew that repaired the Los Angeles Coliseum after the earthquake damage. So a kid who really has his head on straight, and certainly with the Jacksonville Jaguars will be looked to be that left tackle that they can put out there for maybe 12 to 14 years, and maybe half of that time, Chris, he'll be in the Pro Bowl.
6'6", 315. He probably repaired the Coliseum all by himself. Here are the guys we were talking about. Ron Yeri, as good as it gets, was a #1 pick back in 1968 with the Vikes, 7 Pro Bowls. Anthony Munoz, #1 pick of the Bengals. He was the 3rd overall pick in 1980, 11 Pro Bowls out of 13 years. Marvin Powell made 5 Pro Bowls. So this is the pedigree from whence Tony Baselli comes. And one other note as we go to Andrea Kramer. The first draft pick ever made by the Cincinnati Bengals with a guy that knows how to build a football team, Paul Brown, was a center. Bob Johnson. He put him at center. He played there for 10 years. As we go down to Jacksonville, I've got a feeling that Tom Coughlin, first pick, Tony Baselli, Andrea, he's going to put him there for 10 to 12 years at left tackle and block the sun.
Absolutely, Chris. And boy, he was just watching the shot of Tony holding up the jersey, and he was a very happy man, needless to say. Congratulations, but what took so long? What were you doing in there?
Lots of phone calls, lots of things going on in there, Andrea.
Any doubt, though, about Baselli?
Absolutely none. No, he really looked good in that teal and black, didn't he?
He did. Now, tell me what it was exactly about him. You've worked him out, you've had dinner with him, you've spent a lot of time researching him. What is it about Baselli that you like so much?
Well, I like his size and his speed and his great ability to move his feet. He has the instinct of dominance. He has great character. He's a focused young man, mature, a great foundation building block for this franchise.
Did you get a little nervous when Cincinnati moved up to the first pick, especially since they had quite a need for a left tackle also?
Cincinnati coveted Baselli. They certainly have had great success in the past with the offensive lineman taken high in the draft, in the same school as well. So, yes, there were some nervous moments.
Now, you've got a number of picks, 12 picks overall today because you gave up 2 in the Mark Brunell trade yesterday. Do you expect to move up at all in the first round, package some picks and move up?
We'll see, Andrea. We have some players in mind. We'll judge as the draft goes on, the first round goes on, for example, exactly what we need to do, and if it's worthy and worth moving up and giving up some picks, we'll do it.
And we will talk to you later as the day progresses. Thank you very much, Coach Coughlin. Let's head back to New York.
All right, Tom and Andrea, thank you very much. Steve Berline and Mark Brunell are the quarterbacks for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They just got smiles with that draft pick of Tony Baselli. We'll be back. Speaking of quarterbacks, is this the slot for Steve McNair? Does he go with the 3rd pick to Houston? He's in New York. So are we. We'll be back. And welcome back to the new venue of the 60th annual NFL selection meeting. We commonly call it the NFL Draft. We're here at the Paramount Theater in New York. And now is the time, Mr. Theismann, that we start to look at quarterbacks, and there's a very good reason why. A, there are a couple guys that, especially Steve McNair, with numbers you can't believe.
Right.
But B, I think you're younger than the average age of quarterbacks in the NFL.
I could well be very young in the comparison when we take a look at the guys around the league. The National Football League has got to be in a fearful situation. There are 90 NFL jobs that are available. 32 of those jobs are occupied by players who are 30 years or older. 8 are over 35. But look at the bottom number. Of the 28 teams that started last year, 16 starters, or the 30 now, 16 starters are over 30 years old. I think that the National Football League is entering right now in this round, this first round, and in this draft, a fearful draft. And what it is teams are a little bit afraid to take these guys because there really isn't a quarterback out there that you can call a franchise quarterback like you did Dilford or Schuler or Bledsoe or Meyer in the last couple. But what you've got is you've got a tremendous need for some quality quarterbacks. That's what you're going to see in this draft. Two guys in particular, Steve McNair, Kerry Collins, will probably go in the next 3 or 4 picks. When I graded them out, I took a hard look at their abilities. Arm strength, McNair is unmatched here. Mechanics, McNair just looks really fluid in what he does. Kerry Collins has that little twitch in his throw. Pocket presence, Collins hangs in the pocket. That's where he makes his living. Athletic ability, there aren't athletes in this draft at any position that can compare to McNair. And system preparation, I think it goes to Kerry Collins out of Penn State. Now, when I broke them down as far as their ability to throw the football, McNair struggles throwing the ball down the field from an accuracy standpoint. Collins does an excellent job of hanging in the pocket, putting air under the ball, completing passes into the receivers while they're running down the field. Touch-wise, McNair, again, he's a strong-arm guy, really waits till receivers break before he throws the ball, doesn't anticipate it well. Collins does. Rollout, as I said before, there isn't any comparison to Steve McNair. He's the best when he's on the run. Kerry Collins, better stay at home. And then when you look at the reloads, McNair has the quick arm. Collins has an arm that's a little slower. But I rate both of them to a total points of 34, Boom. So I think they both have strengths. They just fall in different areas.
And it may decide when once they get slotted on teams, we'll see who fits where in your eyes a little bit better. The Houston Oilers have a big decision to make. Do they go with Steve McNair? Do they look at the wide receiver Michael Westbrook from Colorado? Do they go Kevin Carter on the defensive line? Let's go down to Dallas for Chris Myers. It's not far from Houston. He had his ear out the window, and I think he heard the War Room conversation all the way up in Big D. Chris?
We're listening closely. Well, the Oilers have lost 40 sacks in terms of personnel over the last couple of years, so the debate came down to Kevin Carter or Steve McNair. And as one of the other Oiler coaches told me, he said McNair is a talented player, but by the time he gets it done, we will have gone through 2 head coaches here, referring to Houston. General Manager Floyd Reese, who's been the McNair backer all the way through, he turned it around, said this guy, you cannot pass up a franchise quarterback. How many teams has Reggie White taken to the Super Bowl? He says McNair can do for Houston what Warren Moon has done, and they relate his athletic ability to that of Steve Young, and they're willing to wait slowly and bring him along rather carefully. Let's now go over to Chris Mortensen at Panther headquarters.
Well, Chris, a couple of things about that Oilers pick. Mike Holovec, the former general manager of the Oilers, still evaluates talent for Houston. He's one of the best talent evaluators in the NFL. He gave McNair one of the highest grades ever for a quarterback. That was an influence. And Floyd Reese has made this point. Hey, they went to the playoffs for 7 years. He's not looking to get back to the playoffs. He wants to win a Super Bowl within 4 or 5 years, and he knows that Steve McNair is going to take some time. But in that 4th year, if McNair is ready, and if he's the Michael Jordan of this draft, then he thinks he's going to look pretty good with this one. Now, for some developments down in Tampa Bay, let's go to Gary Danielson.
There is some breaking news here in Tampa Bay. Craig Erickson, the starter a year ago, looks like a deal has been made with Indianapolis. It's contingent on Craig Erickson signing a deal with Indianapolis, and I really think this is a fit for Craig Erickson. Played for Lindy Infante, the new offensive coordinator there. It's a controlled passing game. Craig, a very hard worker. I asked Sam Weish why the deal was made, and he says he's been working with Trent Dilfer since March every morning, February, March, every morning, 2 to 3 hours. He thinks he's ready to play. So it looks like Craig Erickson could be off to Indianapolis. Chris?
Well, and as Gary just said, they have to sign him. Ralph Cindrich represents Craig Erickson. It's going to be a deal that it can get done, but if Indianapolis tries to squeeze Erickson, there could be some trouble there. What's interesting is, as of yesterday, it looked like Indianapolis was willing to give up next year's #1 pick to get Craig Erickson, which is a great deal for Tampa Bay because after this year, Erickson would be an unrestricted free agent. All right, Chris.
All right, guys, thank you. The Indianapolis Colts had tipped their hand a few days ago saying that they had wanted Craig Erickson, so you didn't know if that's a deal bust or make it a little bit tougher for Tampa Bay to a little bigger price that they would get. But it looks like this will happen, and the Colts now would have a replacement for Jim Harbaugh at quarterback. Hadn't happened yet, but these are the trades that have happened. and boy, have they happened. Cincinnati Bengals got the #1 overall draft pick in exchange for moving their pick, giving their 5th overall draft pick and their pick in the early 2nd round to Carolina. They picked Kajana Carter. Rob Moore would have been a free agent at the end of this year, Pro Bowl receiver for the Jets, goes to the Arizona Cardinals, who need some offense and just got some. In exchange, the Jets get Ron Moore, so now they have every guy that ever ran the ball in the 90s for Arizona, with Johnny Johnson a couple of years ago, and Ron Moore now, a 1st-round pick of the Cardinals, which is 16th, and a 4th-round pick of the Cards, which is 106. Mark Brunell, you saw him play some in relief of Brett Favre when he got hurt. He's a pretty good-looking left-handed quarterback, and now Jacksonville has their young quarterback behind Furline. They get Mark Brunell, the Packers backup, for a 3 and a 5, and they signed him to a new deal, rumored to be about $1 million. That's a pretty good job by Brunell getting that sort of a dollar sign from Jacksonville. But now we get Jacksonville that's not looking quarterback at all here in this draft. But should Houston be looking quarterback here?
Oh, absolutely. There's no question in my mind that Houston's got to take Steve McNair. He is raw around the edges. I'll grant that. Maybe comes out of the competition in Division II schools where it isn't like it would be in the Division I. But he's just too darn talented to pass up. He's the kind of guy you have to have. And the reason why is Jerry Rome has just taken over as the offensive coordinator down in Houston. Jerry Rome's basis comes out of the Washington system. He was in Seattle for a while. I had a chance to be coached by Jerry Rome when I was in Washington, D.C. He knows the quarterback position. It's a perfect marriage for Steve McNair to go with Jerry Rome. He knows what he's doing. He can make the kid into something special. That's why I think it's very important. I think it would work out very well for Steve McNair to wind up in Houston.
And then we take a look at the Houston quarterback situation. They got Chris Chandler, the former everybody, but former Cardinal last year, who was Rome's guy.
That's right.
So he probably will start right now with Cody Carlson being the backup and Bucky Richardson third. Here's my question. When is Steve McNair really ready to step in and be a starting quarterback? Could it be in the 96 season? Could it be late this 95 season? What do you think?
I think what happens, he doesn't play at all in the 95 season. Doesn't play at all. He learns the system. He gets more comfortable with the National Football League. It's an orientation year. Year 2, he winds up spotting a little bit. And remember, Chris Chandler hasn't been the most healthy of quarterbacks, nor has Cody Carlson. So I would anticipate him not really planning to play in 96, but he might have to because of injury. I would say if you're looking at a timetable for Steve McNair, I would expect him to be the Houston Oilers quarterback in 1997. Now, what gets scary is after the 98 season, he's a free agent. So if you're going to pay $20 million now, it's probably going to cost you $40 million coming back up, Chris. So, I mean, you're investing some money in a young man, but he certainly is the kind of guy you're willing to spend some time on because he is and could well be your franchise quarterback.
A unique athlete for sure at that position. Chris Mortensen, has Houston got a big... Well, we'll go to Mort in a moment. I know he has lots of thoughts. You were looking marvelous there, Mort, but we'll go back down to Panther headquarters in just a moment. The pick has gone up to the podium. Well, the commissioner, his cab got caught in traffic, I think, which, by the way, has been known to happen here in New York. There's Steve McNair wondering if this is his spot. And, I mean, you look at the numbers at Steve McNair, which we'll talk about in just a moment. It's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. Maybe that's what the commissioner was looking at, his statistics at Alcorn State.
With the 3rd choice in the 1st round, the Houston Oilers select quarterback from Alcorn State, Steve McNair.
All right.
The Washington Redskins are now on the clock.
All right, they had the guts to pull the trigger. Steve McNair, 14,496 yards passing in 4 years. 2,300 yards running the football. Passing touchdowns and running touchdowns combined, 152 touchdowns. I don't care who he's playing against, Joe. That's unbelievable.
You bring up the most important point, Chris. He's so talented, it doesn't matter from a competition standpoint. Watch him go back in the pocket. Good, quick release over the middle. People say, well, he can't work from under the center. You saw him do that. Now in the shotgun. Nice pocket presence, steps up, good release. The athletic ability he has is unbelievable. Why not scramble right and throw back across the field? Reminds you of John Elway? Oh, just a little bit. Now he hangs in the pocket, slides up, great athletic ability. He pulls a hamstring on this play, but he stays in. And that's another thing about him. He's tough. He played the next week. Now he just waits in the pocket, gives the old I'm going right, no, I'm going left. Now I throw like Warren Moon for a touchdown. back in the pocket again. This is the only thing that's a little scary, is the fact that he can just throw wherever he wants. He throws it a little bit late down the field. Watch the receiver have to wait for the ball. He's going to have to work on his anticipation a little bit, but in my mind, that is the only thing that I think Steve McNair needs to really concentrate on. He may be raw around the edges, but diamonds are as well before they become very valuable stones.
Well, while we do some mining here in New York, and Steve McNair does some mining right there with the Houston Oilers, and again, we applaud the Oilers for having the conviction to pull the trigger here on a guy who can certainly pull the trigger. Now let's go back to Chris Mortensen, and I guess Floyd Reese was the one that won out at Houston, Mort.
That's right. And, you know, everybody thinks Steve McNair only played in the shotgun at Alcorn State, Chris, but that's not true. His first 2 years there, he played under the center, and very effectively. He had better receivers there, Torrance Small, Cedric Tillman. So he didn't go to the shotgun until he hurt his ankle, and then it worked so well out of the shotgun they just kept him there. Now, Jerry Rome has worked with young quarterbacks very effectively, as Joe mentioned. Troy Aikman in Dallas still gives a lot of praise to Jerry Rome for that first year. Rome, though, wanted Colorado wide receiver Michael Westbrook. He thought Westbrook was just going to be a big-timer. I tell you what, the Washington Redskins, next up on the board, they're going to take Michael Westbrook. Now, let's go to Chris Fowler in Buffalo.
More on this day that's dedicated to the evaluation of talent. It's interesting to note that Steve McNair out of high school was not offered a lot of scholarships by power programs to play quarterback. They wanted to have him, but as a defensive player, they were not willing to gamble and give him the chance to play quarterback. Interesting that the Houston Oilers are today. As for Kijana Carter, when he arrived at Penn State out of high school, he was only the third most highly regarded running back recruit the Lions had that year. Stephen Pitts and Mike Archie both considered better prospects at running back, so a lot of things can change in 3 years. Here they are, 2 out of the top 3 picks in the '95 draft. Boomer?
All right, Chris, thank you. The next team on the board is the Washington Redskins, and we understand the pick is in. Steve McNair is the first quarterback to be chosen in the first round from the SWAC since Doug Williams in the late 70s with the Buccaneers. The only quarterback ever to bring Tampa Bay to the playoffs, and a guy who won a Super Bowl ring with the Washington Redskins. That's McNair's pedigree. Here's the Redskins pick with the commissioner.
With the fourth choice in the first round, the Washington Redskins select wide receiver from Colorado, Michael Westbrook. The Carolinas are now on the clock.
We'll get more on McNair in a moment, but the wide receiver Michael Westbrook from Colorado, who started for several years, has the big hands. And this, frankly, just makes sense. You got a young quarterback in Heath Schuler. Let him get a great receiver to grow up with in Michael Westbrook. Joe, this makes sense for Norv Turner.
Well, the one thing that Norv Turner wanted, Chris, is he wanted a guy who, when he got his hands on the football, could get down the field and put it in the end zone. Henry Ellard had a lot of catches last year for the Redskins. The problem is he couldn't really take it past where the catch was made. They feel like Michael Westbrook can. In this draft, he is the guy with the greatest upside, so much potential, so much athletic ability, and so much speed. There he is on a reverse against Oklahoma. Look at him running the open field. Sets up the block very well, goes up the field, picks up a lot of yards. Now he catches the ball over the middle. Great moves. You can't bring him down. He's got good quickness for a guy as big as he is. He also can get away from a bump and run center, and then you see the back of a chair. That's where Warren Sapp was sitting watching the Michael Westbrook film. And then Westbrook comes in, delivers the blow. And this is where you want to see him work, in the All-Star games. He's a tall guy, but he doesn't slip as the defensive back does on wet turf. Now, just flat-out speed. Gets down the field, ball's a little bit underthrown, he gets caught, but not too many people in the National Football League are going to catch him if he gets behind him. He is just a real talented young man.
And he had a 1,000-yard receiving year at Colorado in '92, as far back as that. Heath Schuler, wind up and fire to Michael Westbrook. We'll wind up and fire with the Panthers pick in a moment. Time since the common draft began in 1967. It happened in '71. Plunkett, Manning, Dan Pastorini to Houston in the third spot, just like McNair just went to Houston, and J.D. Hill. '83, Elway, Eric Dickerson, Kurt Warner, and Chris Hinton. And now it's happened in '95. Kijana Carter, Tony Baselli, Steve McNair, and Michael Westbrook. Steve McNair is with our Craig James. Craig?
And I would suspect a relieved guy. Steve McNair was the talk of college football last season. There were a lot of impressive numbers posted by this guy. Unbelievable numbers, matter of fact, that really propelled him to the #3 selection in this year's draft. 44 touchdown passes.
And, Steve, you look at all of those numbers. Do you say to yourself, wow, I did that, and I just thrilled to be here, or is your mind swimming right now?
Well, I'm glad this process is over with, and I can concentrate on just doing the things I got to do to prepare to be the quarterback in Houston. Yeah, I couldn't have did it without the teammates that back home at Alcorn State University, coaching staff also, those guys who makes me as the quarterback that I am today.
Are there any former players that have been in the National Football League that have kind of advised you and helped you along the way?
Well, Doug Williams, being in the SWAC, he's been in the league and being a Super Bowl MVP, he's really led me the way to really, to get the process that I'm going through now. He made it easy for me and telling me how to cope with the things that it's going to be as a black quarterback in the National Football League.
All right, well, hang on here. The commissioner has another selection for us, Chris.
All right, Craig, here comes the commissioner. And don't think there's a lot of suspense here with the Panthers.
Geez, I wonder who.
With the fifth choice in the first round, the Carolina Panthers select quarterback from Penn State, Kerry Collins. St. Louis is now on the clock.
A pair of Penn State players going in the top 5. Let's go back over to Craig to wrap up with one of the 2 quarterbacks of the hour, Steve McNair. Craig?
Well, Chris, the thing about Steve, he's such in demand. He has taken off on us over here. He's already gone somewhere else. But the thing that he's going to have to do is really go in, listen, learn, establish himself as a person in the locker room. I think that's going to be the number one thing he needs to deal with, and Joe would attest to that, is the players have to believe in him. They have to say Steve McNair is a solid human being, and then from there he can learn the offense.
All right, Craig, thank you. There is Kerry Collins, undefeated Penn State. Now he'll go to the Carolina Panthers. They were predominantly blue. I mean, he's used to wearing the blue.
A little darker blue.
Their uniform's a little more jazzy than Joe's out of Penn State, I would say. Second time, every year in the 90s, Joe, we've had 2 quarterbacks go in the first round. So this is the 6th straight year that 2, and we could have more, 2 quarterbacks have gone in the first round. Does Kerry Collins need the right situation? Or, I mean, he'll sit behind Frank Reich and take a lot of it in this year, won't he?
I think he's absolutely in the right situation. Just like I felt like Steve McNair is in the right situation in Houston, I think Kerry Collins is in the right situation. Does a nice job of setting up. He's got that little flick in his wrist, but as he told me, he said, I played with it all year. Nobody ever really said anything until I got into the All-Star games. There's a difference between the way the 2 of them release the ball. They both get it out, but look at the difference in grip. You see McNair's, how his finger is spread down. The only thing about Kerry is I'd like to see him open his hands up a little more, and these are the type of techniques that the coaches are going to work on. Kerry is setting tough in the pocket, makes the throw. I mean, his leadership skills are unbelievable. You say he can't move, he moves well enough to throw the touchdown, and he really throws a good deep ball. See how he leads the receiver and lets him run under it. One of the things I really like about him, probably more than anything, is his ability to throw the ball down the field. That is essentially what I think pro quarterbacks have to do and what coaches are looking for.
Let's get Mel Kiper in here. Now, a lot of teams may not have gone up to a number 5 spot and picked a Kerry Collins. Bill Polian, the name we kept hearing and talking with Bill as we do, Jim Kelly. That told us all we needed to know. He just loves Collins' skills, his leadership ability. Do you think this is too high, or will he be an outstanding pro player?
Well, Chris, I did a show back in October with Bill Polian, and he said point blank, you do not take a running back as an expansion team with the first pick in the draft. And he wanted a quarterback as the focal point. Kerry Collins is that type of player. We saw at the Senior Bowl the subtle difference between a Collins and a Steve McNair. Collins was a take-charge kid in the huddle, had a real presence out there. Steve's going to have to settle in slowly. Once he's familiar with the surroundings, maybe that take-charge ability will come out. But right now, Kerry is much more prepared to play at this stage of his career.
All right, so a pair of quarterbacks have gone 3 and 5. The St. Louis Rams, that's right, the St. Louis Rams are now on the clock, and they got some decisions to make, although Kevin Carter is sitting there. Could they go wide receiver in Joey Galloway? Those are choices, Chris Myers, as we join you in Dallas, that St. Louis is probably mulling over a little bit north of you right now.
They are, Chris. Carter a consideration. By the way, the St. Louis Rams still operating out of Anaheim. Steve Ortmeyer, Vice President of Operations, calling the decisions here, and he relates this draft to one of 1988 when some outstanding receivers like Michael Irvin and Sterling Sharp and Anthony Miller, someone that he drafted with San Diego. He relates that draft to this draft with Westbrook, J.J. Stokes, and Joey Galloway at the top of the Rams list because he can also help them with his return ability. And given the special teams background of Steve Ortmeyer, a former special teamer who also spent some time with the Raiders and Alexander Wright, it looks like Joey Galloway is at the top of their list if they don't go defense with Kevin Carter, the defensive lineman. The Rams have had at least 2 teams contact them about trading up into their spot. The Minnesota Vikings, one of those teams, also the Philadelphia Eagles. The Eagles would be interested in trading up to get the linebacker Mike Mamula. The owner of the Eagles, Jeffrey Lurie, is so excited about his ability that he actually went to the workout at Boston College to watch Mamula. So the Eagles could be talking about trading up with the Rams, but Joey Galloway appears to be at the top of their list. Moments ago at the Dallas War Room, Jerry Jones, with one of his scouts, had a little gentlemanly wager about who the Washington Redskins were going to take, and that's when the first wide receiver was chosen, Michael Westbrook. Looks like Jerry didn't have that one called correctly. His scout beat him to the punch, and that leaves a couple of receiver choices, Stokes or Galloway, for Steve Ortmeyer and the St. Louis Rams. Let's go back now to Chris Berman in New York.
Oh, those backroom poker games in those war rooms. See, good thing we don't have the cameras in all of them on all the time. One little connection with the Rams for a moment. Deke Pollard, a coach on Dan Henning's staff with Mike Mamula, the player from BC, is now on Rich Brooks' staff with the Rams. He's interested in his player Mamula, so throw that into all of it. Penn State players, we've had a tandem in the top 5. Remember back in '83 when Kurt Warner went to the Seahawks, Todd Blackledge went to the Chiefs? It kind of looks like that, doesn't it? We'll be back.
It's as far as Michelin science has ever gone. Our biggest breakthrough since we invented the radial. Technology that brings us to a new level of performance, in good weather and bad. In the rain, in the snow. Technology so advanced, it even saves gas. The new energy tires with Radial XSE technology from Michelin. It's science that goes beyond.
Craig James likes to hang around with quarterbacks. I'm getting that feeling already. Just with Steve McNair, now you're with Kerry Collins. You want the ball again, don't you, Pony?
Only if Tony Baselli's blocking in front of us. That's the only chance I have. About 5 of those guys there. The Maxwell Award winner, all the things that have happened to you, all of the numbers, the 66.7 completion percentage, 2,700 yards passing, the touchdowns, very few interceptions. This was a year, Joe Paterno said you had as fine as any quarterback he's ever had at Penn State. What was the difference in this season?
I think it was the fact that I matured a lot from the previous season. I really kind of knew I always had the physical skills, but I think it was just a matter of having the mental preparation and the mental part of it come around, and I think once that happened, I was able to be really effective.
When you talk about your throwing skills, Joe Theismann just talking about the grip on the ball. I've heard you've been with Bill Walsh. What's going on out there?
Well, everybody made a big deal about the so-called hitch. It kind of took an identity of its own after the Senior Bowl, but you talk to a lot of NFL scouts in the past month or so, there wasn't that much talk about it, and unfortunately the Carolina Panthers didn't think so, and I'm just happy to that they think enough of me to take me with the 5th pick.
Isn't it one of those deals that you threw for all those touchdowns, just don't fix what's not broken?
Yeah, I guess it is a little bit. I didn't change the way I threw. There might have been some things that I eliminated that were unnecessary throughout the course of the season, that maybe that I'd gotten a little sloppy, but everything's fine, and obviously with the size I was picked, I think that's pretty evident.
All right, Lee Steinberg, his agent, standing by here. We'll get back and visit with Lee here in just a moment. But Chris, it's one of those deals where if it isn't fixed, why work on something that's just not broken?
All right, Craig, thank you. And Kerry Collins wearing the Panthers colors. Bill Polian down at Carolina has had his eye on him all fall, all spring, and Chris Mortensen. The Panthers have their man.
That's right, Chris. I remember calling the Polian residents, I think on Rose Bowl, when Penn State was playing Oregon, and his wife Eileen, of course, was ecstatic about Kerry Collins. Bill, no doubt, the Carolina Panthers, and you are too.
Well, we are. We're very happy. Mr. Richardson, Dom, Mike, Dom and Ely, all of us felt that Kerry Collins was the man that could lead us for the long haul. We felt that a quarterback was the cornerstone of the franchise. Kajana Carter is a magnificent player. Steve McNair is a magnificent player. We felt we had to have a quarterback, and Kerry Collins is our guy, and we're thrilled.
At the same time, the last expansion team that had the #1 pick, I think, Seattle Seahawks, traded the rights to Tony Dorsett. Could one day you regret trading this pick?
Well, I don't think you can ever predict what's going to happen in the future, and that's clearly a famous or infamous trade, depending on where you look at it from. But I think in the long run, we're real happy with Kerry Collins, and we think he's a guy we can build around.
And yet Kerry Collins, the criticism about him was a hitch in his delivery. What do you respond to critics that say he had a hitch in his delivery?
Well, we went over the films very carefully in slow motion. We timed the delivery. We timed it against people like Jim Kelly and others in the NFL, and it's fine. It's not a problem.
Well, the Carolina Panthers have their quarterback for the future. Let's go back to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, guys, a hitch in the delivery. I think it's a hitch in the giddy-up. Kerry Collins will be quarterback in the Carolina Panthers one day. The St. Louis Rams have 4.5 minutes to make their selection. We'll be back.
Now.
Back in New York, we've had 5 picks, and the St. Louis Rams have 2 minutes and 18 seconds to make their first pick. This is a possible trade spot with Kevin Carter and Mike Mamula available. Let's go quickly to Mark Malone in Philadelphia. Are the Eagles one of those that are trying to work a trademark?
No doubt about it, Chris. Ray Rhodes told us he'd be working the phones to try to get up all day long. The guys he likes, you mentioned Mamula, Carter, Ellis Johnson, those are players that he'd like to come away with his first round having. Now, Mike Mamula, if he could get him, would probably play outside. That would free up Bill Romanowski to come inside and play inside linebacker. Ray Rhodes is familiar, thinks he can do it there, and it might be a very interesting move if they can pull it off. Chris?
All right, Mark, thank you. So there are now about a minute and a half left, and the card is on its way up to the podium. We have to look at the color to see if it's a trade card, but see if the Rams keep it.
With the 6th choice in the first round, the St. Louis Rams select the defensive end from the University of Florida, Kevin Carter. Tampa Bay is now on the clock.
There's a pretty wide smile for a pretty big young man. Kevin Carter, defensive end from Florida, goes to the Rams, who now enter St. Louis with a thunder up front. Sean Gilbert, a fine player, a very high draft pick a couple years ago. Robert Young, Jimmy Jones signed a year ago, the handyman from the Dallas Cowboys. This is a team in a division with the San Francisco 49ers who throw the ball. This is a team, Mel, that now can seriously rush the passer. Carter is a behemoth.
He is the 3rd best player on my board, Chris, behind Kajana Carter and Tony Baselli, and you get him at the 6th spot, and you're talking about a possible fearsome foursome being developed with the Rams. Watch Carter here, number 57, runs a 4.67 at 273 pounds, cat-like quickness, can get to the sidelines, chase down that running back. But it's a pass rusher that got him up to this point. Here he is at the Hula Bowl, moving in for the sack against Rob Johnson. He did that all game in the Hula Bowl. Here against Tennessee, you see the ability to play through the block and then chase down. Once he separates, he'll turn on that 4.67 speed and get the quarterback. Again, in the Hula Bowl, unblocked. That's an easy one. That's a gimme against Johnson, but it still showcases what makes the pass rushers in the NFL either average or great, is that ability to not only separate, but close, and that's why Kevin Carter is viewed as a possibility for that 13 to 17 sack area, Chris, in the National Football League.
Well, that number 1 looks pretty small when he holds it up right there, doesn't it? Warren Sapp now becomes one of the men of the hour. Now let's say this thus far. The way the draft has gone down, Warren Sapp, no matter what happened yesterday or no matter what did not happen, would not have gone anywhere yet.
Right.
I mean, it's possible the Rams could have picked him, but there is nothing that has made him drop at this point. Tampa Bay, now these become the slots where Tampa Bay either will go with Warren Sapp, a team might call the Buccaneers and move up and take Warren Sapp, or that he might slide a little bit. But thus far, Mel, nothing has happened the way McNair has gone to Houston and Collins to Carolina, etc., that has changed his position. Am I right?
No, not at all. And, of course, with Tampa Bay, you're talking about a team that would consider Warren Sapp. But the problem is when you have those allegations, and if a team has players that are close enough, like an Ellis Johnson from Florida, a Mike Mamula from Boston College, 2 high-character individuals, very consistent football players. If they're close with Sapp, all of a sudden that's enough to push him back a little bit and force Tampa Bay to either go with an Ellis Johnson or a Mike Mamula over a Warren Sapp, especially for a Buccaneer team with Sam Weiss. It's really under the gun to do a good job.
All right, well, now the Buccaneers are on the clock. Let's head to Florida. We're just up the pike from Tampa Bay. In Jacksonville is Andrea Kramer. Andrea, what's brewing right now?
Well, going back to the Rams for a second, Chris, yes, they liked Galloway, they liked his speed. However, they felt that there was simply more of a need on the defensive side of the ball. The 2 highest-rated defensive players they had, Kevin Carter and Warren Sapp, who you've been talking about all morning, I don't know if we can say that they didn't take Sapp because of the drug allegations. Steve Ortmeyer told me this morning that they had done their own background checks on him, and that wasn't going to be a factor. However, if they had taken Sapp, they would have moved Sean Gilbert to defensive end. This way, they keep him at tackle. They put Kevin Carter out at defensive end. They also just signed free agent Keith McCants, which they're going to put at defensive end. So they got, as far as they're concerned, the Rams, their top-rated player on the board, on the defensive board, and that is Kevin Carter. And by the way, watching it in the Rams in the draft room is the new partial owner, Stan Kroenke. You got to be sure that he's happy with Kevin Carter. Chris?
All right, Andrea, thank you. Kevin Carter to the Rams, the first defensive player chosen here. The last time the Rams took a first-round player from Florida, 1971. He played the same position. His name was Jack Youngblood. He was pretty good last time I checked. Warren Sapp, does he go in the next selection or three? We'll be back in New York in a moment. 5 of them offense, and Kevin Carter, the first defensive player who has gone to the St. Louis Rams. Tampa Bay, Seattle are the next one on the clock, with the Jets and Cleveland following up. So those are the next 4 teams that are up. Let's go to Craig James right now. Craig?
Well, Chris, Warren Sapp, a hot topic. I just visited with his agent, Drew Rosenhaus, who said the Rams had told him they would take Warren Sapp. You have to wonder if these allegations hurt there. He also said don't be surprised to see a team like the Raiders maybe make a move to come up. That'd be a great choice by the Raiders, and we all know Al Davis. He's the kind of guy that has the guts to go ahead and make a decision to take Warren Sapp.
Well, there may be some calls that Tampa Bay is entertaining, Craig, as you mentioned, from teams who would not normally be calling in this slot. As the Buccaneers continue on the clock with 8:40 to go, let's check in with Chris Mortensen down at Panther headquarters in South Carolina. Mort?
Well, Chris, as we take a look at Warren Sapp and just Dennis Erickson mentioning rumors and Drew Rosenhaus, false reports, you have to remember these reports are coming from NFL Security, which is the investigative branch of the league, as they delivered the reports to all the teams who inquired about Sapp. And they did this late yesterday, and that was the one thing that bothered some of the teams, is that this information came so late, and why. But it's NFL Security that provided this information to the teams. It's not a media rumor, so to speak, Chris.
All right, Mort. Tampa Bay. This is a team that since 1982 has not made the playoffs. This is a team that, although they had a nice run to finish the end of last year, has not lost less than 10 games since the 1983 season. Defense, a reason why.
Absolutely. We had 20 sacks last year. No player had more than 4. 28th ranked. Interceptions, 28th. Yards rushing allowed, 27th. Yards rushing a game, 26th. Takeaways, 26th. Only 21 in the entire year. I definitely think that Sapp would not be a bad player to take here. Everybody wonders, are these allegations true? Are they not? Rusty Tillman is now the defensive coordinator in Tampa Bay. He will turn around the defense. They will be a better football team. I think if anything else regarding Warren Sapp comes out of this, he's got to be scared a little bit to find out the scrutiny that a National Football player goes under. If he did do anything before, he's going to have to be really careful to do it in the future if he decides to do it. If not, then he won't have anything to worry about. I personally think that Sapp would be a very good choice for Tampa Bay right here. It wouldn't hurt him.
And they probably didn't expect him to maybe get down to this slot. They're taking all the time. Let's go down to Gary Danielson and see if he can kind of listen in behind closed doors at Tampa Bay. Gary?
This is really a team that's going to use all their time with the clock. They're going to entertain moves down now. They know there's a lot of depth at defensive line. They took care of their offense with Alvin Harper, Trent Dilfer, Eric Rett, but as we looked earlier in the war room, we saw the guys in the war room, Rich McKay, Sam Weish, and defensive line coach Tom Pratt. They're getting together to discuss the depth at defensive line. I think Warren Sapp would be a great pick for them also, but it would not surprise me if they move down with this pick. Rich McKay told me yesterday, though, that he's not going to trade down and get nothing. He would want at least a high number 2 to move down in this position. Chris?
All right, Gary, one thing we should all remember when we're deciding and where Warren Sapp goes, etc., decisions that you make as a young man or a young woman at 21 or 22 years of age aren't necessarily the ones you make at 25 or at 28 or at 31. That's something that football teams have to think about right now. The Lombardi Award winner, Warren Sapp, we know what kind of football player he is. Does he go right here? All right, back in New York, under 4 minutes to go for the first-round selection, the 7th overall of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 5 offense, 1 defense. The Buccaneers have reached a tentative agreement on a trade that would send their veteran quarterback, Craig Erickson, to the Indianapolis Colts. The terms of the deal not yet come out because it's contingent on Erickson coming to a contract agreement with the Colts, which, to our knowledge, at this point is being worked on, but has not yet happened. Dilfer would be the second year, Mel and Joe, second-year quarterback for Tampa Bay. Only played a little bit behind Erickson last year. Is it time for him, or are the Bucs making a move too soon if they do this?
I think it's a great move if this trade is consummated, Chris. You forget the stats on Dilfer. He was a young kid, should have been back at Fresno State, had that extra year. He came out early, needed to be developed, but he's got great talent. Sam Weiss really thinks highly of Trent Dilfer. The key to this trade is that Craig Erickson becomes a free agent, unrestricted free agent, if he would sign that 1-year deal and remain at Tampa. Then next year, Tampa Bay, who figures to be right around that 500 mark, would lose Craig Erickson with no compensation. Here, they dish him off to the Colts, who desperately need a quarterback. And I'm not going to get into that Bill Tobin nonsense here, but it's ironic that these two teams are going to be talking quarterbacks here. But as far as Trent Dilfer is concerned, he's the man. He's been working out 3 to 4 days every day with Alvin Harper, getting coaching from their quarterback instructor down there, Turk Schonert, and they feel Dilfer now. He doesn't have that glazy-eyed look when they ask him a question about the game plan or plays or whatever. He's ready to roll, and it's a key year for Trent Dilfer.
All right, well, with about 2 minutes, a little and change left on the clock, we have word that there may be a trade in this spot, which doesn't surprise us, because the defensive line, the pass rusher, the home run hitter type, this is what all teams covet, and this is a spot where Warren Sapp, Mike Mamula, or some other names a little bit farther down the line, Ellis Johnson, they come into play. And teams like a Philadelphia, teams like a Minnesota, teams that think that they need some help there, know that the players are there that they want at number 7. So as we wait for the card, now we don't know if the card has gone up yet because conveniently the podium is 180 degrees behind my head, and I'm not going to show a national audience the back and the top of my head. Okay? That's just the way it works. and everybody here backs me up.
They're clamoring for it. They want to see it.
Later on in the 4th. Oh, I'm 40 in a couple weeks. Give me a break, you know? About 2 minutes left on the clock for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, followed by Seattle, followed by the Jets. Let's go to the commissioner now and see what happens.
We've had a trade between Tampa Bay and Philadelphia. Tampa Bay has traded to Philadelphia this pick, first choice in the 7th round, as well as Tampa Bay's 3rd round pick, which is the 72nd, 7-2 overall. In return, Tampa Bay gets Philadelphia's choice in the 1st round, which is number 12, Philadelphia's choice in the 2nd round, which is number 43, and Philadelphia's additional choice in the 2nd round, which is number 63. So Philadelphia is now on the clock. And Philadelphia has now made a selection with the 7th pick just acquired from Tampa Bay. The Eagles select defensive end from Boston College, Mike Mamula.
All right, the Eagles have pulled the trigger.
Mike Mamula from Boston College.
Mike Mamula, the pick from Boston College. The Eagles have pulled the trigger. They had 3 second-round picks going into this draft. To make a move like that, they just spent 2 of them. Let's go down to Mark Malone and find out the Eagles didn't wait long on getting their man Mamula. Mark?
Thanks, Chris. No, they certainly didn't. Ray Rhodes, you said today that you would work the phones as much as you possibly could to get a defensive lineman. Mike Mamula was there, along with some other guys you liked. Why Mamula?
Well, first of all, I went to the draft. I had a chance to work Mamula out, and I was very impressed. And I felt in order for the Philadelphia Eagles to get over the hump here, we need to bring in a big-time pass rush, and Mamula fits that bill.
You now might have to move Romanowski inside. We had talked about that a little bit this morning. Is that something that will definitely happen?
That's a possibility. We're going to look at a whole lot of options and everything, but we're very excited about getting Mamula.
He's an impact player. Can he play linebacker? And everybody said he's kind of a tweener. Where will he play for you?
Well, right now he's going to be a rush end for us, but he can also play linebacker. He has great movement, and I think he's a great football player.
Now, there were a lot of players still available. Ellis Johnson was still out there. Warren Sapp. How much of the information that trickled down today made it difficult to take Sapp, or did Mike Mamula make that choice easy for you?
Well, first of all, Mamula is one of the guys we had targeted to go after in the draft. He was our number one choice of guys to go after, and we were able to get the things accomplished.
You told me you had a price that you wanted to pay to try to move up. Did you pay what you wanted, or did you end up paying a little bit more than you'd like to?
Well, you know, that's to be debated. You know, I mean, first of all, when you want a player, you go after him. And this is the player we wanted, and we went after him.
All right, Coach, thank you very much. The first pick with the Philadelphia Eagles, and I'm sure he'll be a great one. Right now, let's send it down to Gary Danielson.
Rich McKay said going into this draft he did not want to fall in love with any one player, and really that's what's happened. They were, I think, surprised that Warren Sapp was there, but they were hoping that Kevin Carter was there. St. Louis took Kevin Carter right in front.
For Bronco, but the big one is Bryce Pop. For the Bills, entertaining thoughts under new defensive coordinator Wade Phillips of going with a 4-3.
One of them, and then immediately Tampa Bay said there's a lot of depth at this position. Let's trade down. Rich McKay said, if I trade down, I want to get at least second-round players. I'm kind of surprised he was able to get 2 second-round players. War room reaction, Sam Weiss, and you can see him shaking hands with Rich McKay. Very happy with this deal. This is a team that needs linebacker help, needs corner help, needs help on the defensive line. I think the depth at the defensive line position really made this trade possible. Chris?
All right, Gary, thank you. So Tampa Bay and Philadelphia making the move. Tampa Bay and Philly swapping the 2 first-round picks, going from 7 to 12 or 12 to 7, vice versa. Philadelphia also gets a third. Tampa Bay gets 2 seconds. Philly's top of their 3 and their bottom of their 3. Philly keeps their middle second-round pick. Let's go to Mike Gottfried up at our studios in Bristol, Connecticut. And, Coach, Mike Mamula opened your eyes among everyone else's this year, didn't he?
Chris, he's really a good player. When you look at it, as a junior, he played outside linebacker, and as a senior, he played the 4-3 defensive end, so he can play both. Let's take a look at Mike Mamula. Outside speed rush, he's outstanding. A lot of pro people I talked to said first step, he beats the offensive tackle to the outside here, and he did it against great competition. Here you see him against the run, being able to take on a block, now get rid of the blocker and make the tackle. So concern that people have, maybe he's not big enough, he is strong enough. And what I like about him is he can play in space as an outside linebacker. You look at him, he's outside here against the option, but is able to make the play on the quarterback. So he brings a lot of things to the table, and he had 11 sacks as a junior, 13 as a senior. He really is a fine football player.
All right, Coach, thank you. Mel, let's talk about Mike Mamula, because very few times have players risen like this. I mean, this is like an Apollo, like an Apollo rocket here.
He did, Chris. You know, during the year, we knew he was productive and he was an intense, great motor type player. But he was a combination defensive end, outside linebacker. He went to the NFL advisory board. They said rounds 3 through 7. He didn't listen. He got some great advice. And if you want to say it was the old BC staff or whatever, whoever wants it, somebody should take credit for it, because Mamula made a heck of a decision, made himself millions of dollars by coming out early and not going back to BC, where he would risk major injury that could cost him a lot of money. You look at the combine numbers, 4.58 speed, 26 reps, bench press, 225 pounds, 26 times, 38 vertical. Those are numbers that are remarkable and probably the best that's ever been recorded for a combination defensive end outside linebacker, Chris. If you want to compare him to somebody, how about a faster, more athletic version of Bryce Pop, who was a 5th-round pick by the Green Bay Packers and just signed for a big contract with the Buffalo Bills.
Let me set the stage for you right now. Warren Sapp is there, his college coach, now head coach of the Seahawks. Dennis Erickson has the next pick. If that wasn't the best spot on the Seahawks team, Cortez Kennedy, Sam Adams, a defensive tackle, Warren Sapp would go to Seattle. After that, it's the Jets with their fans here in New York. The decibel level's rising. Stay with us. Draft to the Paramount Theater. There are about 3,000, 3,500 fans here at the mini Madison Square Garden, here at the Paramount Theater, and the Jets are on deck. Seattle is up now. We'll talk about Seattle in a moment. They want to stretch the field and probably go wide receiver Galloway, maybe, just maybe, tight end Brady. But I got to think it's the home run hitter Galloway. But Mel, Mamula, Kevin Carter have gone. Defensive linemen in the first round. hasn't been a great success rate in recent years, has it?
Not at all. Teams have done okay early, but from that mid to late portion of the first round, the bust rate is about 76%. When I say bust rate, I'm talking about players not fulfilling their potential in terms of developing into dominant players. Remember names like Ted Gregory, Sean Knight, Jason Buck, Darrell Sims, all these players, Aaron Jones, all bust in terms of not developing their talent at the pro level. So when you get down past 10, 11, 12, that's a risky proposition because a lot of times these guys are drafted in terms of potential. And as we know, Chris, potential gets you fired.
Well, one thing that we don't usually see, guys, is wide receivers going certainly in the top 5, as Michael Westbrook did, number 4, to the Washington Redskins, and maybe 3 in the top 10, which is what we could have with Joey Galloway, Ohio State, and J.J. Stokes of UCLA coming up. Joe, as we look at in recent years, Desmond Howard, and that turned out to be a pick that certainly did not pan out for the Redskins in '92. He went with the 4th overall pick. Oh, well, we're going to go to these guys first. It's unusual that 3 may go in the top 10. Are these fellas worth it?
It's unusual, Chris, but this is an unusual year. You have teams that have specific needs that need to be filled. Michael Westbrook is a big kid. He fills the Redskin need very well. Joey Galloway would fill Seattle's need because they need somebody who can flat out run. And take a look at the second line under Joey Galloway. 40-yard dash, 4.18 seconds. That is just flat flying. I mean, your hair's blowing back, Chris. Most of it, anyway. And then you look at J.J. Stokes. He's the most polished of the receivers, and you got to think, well, the Jets are losing Rob Moore. Wouldn't they use a guy like J.J. Stokes to fill in there? So we could see these kids go bang, bang in the next couple of picks.
Yes, that's for sure, and it would be 3 in the top 9. Let's, for a moment, we started talking about Desmond Howard. Historically here, wide receivers in the top 5. Desmond Howard went 4th in '92, and that didn't work with Washington. You have to go all the way back to '84. That's 11 years ago to find the last time before Desmond that someone went in the top 5. Pryor, number 1 overall with the Patriots. Kenny Jackson, a nice young player who had injury problems, curtail his career with the Philadelphia Eagles. So this is unusual, and Jet fans certainly remember in 1980 that Johnny Lamb Jones went in the 2nd round. He was fast, and he was fast out of town, unfortunately, after a few years. But could it be Galloway and Stokes coming up next? Let's go to Chris Mortensen down at Carolina Panthers headquarters. Mort?
Well, Chris, you're talking about the wide receivers and Desmond Howard going 4th. I actually had that conversation with Norv Turner, the Redskins coach, about a week ago, and I said, Norv, you took a receiver 4th? He said, well, I wasn't here then. He really believed Westbrook was another Michael Irvin or a Jerry Rice type. And now you look at Seattle, Galloway gives them speed. J.J. Stokes gives him great red zone presence with all the touchdowns he can score. Another guy, as you mentioned, Kyle Brady, Penn State tight end. But late medical information on Kyle Brady came to the teams this week about a bulging disc in his back. He played with it at Penn State, but they think it could hurt him in the weight room. And so it'll be interesting to see if Brady goes as high as some people thought he would.
All right, Mort, thanks. 5 minutes, a little less than 5 minutes now on the Seattle Seahawks first pick. And the first pick in the Dennis Erickson era as he's taken over in his home state to coach the professional football team in his home state of Washington. Earlier on SportsCenter, about a half an hour before the draft, we're talking about the man he coached at college at Miami, Warren Sapp. We asked him if he were in the position to take Warren Sapp, would he make that selection?
Well, right now, we're looking at position, and obviously we've been through this draft. Our need right now, if it works out, as everybody knows, is a wide receiver, and that's our need. So we've got Sam Adams and Cortez Kennedy at tackle, so we've got to do what's best for this football team. But if we were in a need of a tackle, I'd take him in a second, without a doubt.
Yeah, and knowing Dennis the way we do, he really, if it was anything different, that wasn't the best part of his football team, he's already made the pick. But as a result, less than 4 minutes to go, Seattle still has not made a decision. We'll be back. Back in New York, and not very far away from us here at the headquarters at the Paramount Theater, Hank Goldberg is at a Jets headquarters on Long Island. And Hank, more on the Warren Sapp situation from Jets' perspective.
Yeah, it's unlikely that they're going to take Warren Sapp with this pick, assuming that Seattle takes Joey Galloway. And talking with Richie Kotite, I'm sure he's very torn about this because, you know, you had Jerome Brown, another ex-University of Miami, great defensive tackle. Butch Davis, who's the new coach at the University of Miami, has said that Sapp is the best defensive lineman coming out in this draft. but it's uncharacteristic of this organization to go with a guy who has any kind of potential problem. And they do need a wide receiver, having traded Rob Moore. They have a combined 16 receptions on this roster right now, so it looks like it'll be J.J. Stokes. On to Minnesota.
All right, Hank, thanks so much. The Vikings, if Warren Sapp should fall to them, yesterday they said they thought he was the defensive player that would make the biggest impact at the next level. Now, talking to Denny Green just about 5 minutes ago, I said, Coach, with the allegations, is there a possibility he might change your mind? He said, you got to remember, 1,500 people in the NFL are going to get drug tested, not just Warren Sapp. We worry about what he would be with a Minnesota Viking. Let's go back to Chris in New York, guys.
All right, Brad, thank you. The Seattle Seahawks have made a selection. Let's go up to the podium and join the commissioners.
With the 8th pick in the first round, the Seattle Seahawks select wide receiver from Ohio State, Joey Galloway. The New York Jets are now on the clock.
Well, that's a great selection for the Seattle Seahawks as the Jet fans rev up for their 15 minutes of glory, at least here in the first round. And let's explain what's happened here in the draft. Well, a couple of years ago, last year Heath Schuler becomes a top quarterback, so this year Washington goes out and gets Michael Westbrook, so the two of them can play catch for hopefully 10 years. Rick Meyer going into his 3rd year at quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks. Now he has a breakaway threat in Joey Galloway, who also is a kick and punt returner and will touch the ball more than either Stokes or Westbrook, certainly in his first year in the NFL. This makes sense because Dennis Erickson, Joe, also brings the 3 wideout offense up to Seattle. They get Prohl from Arizona, right. They have Brian Blades, and now they have Joey Galloway, so they've got 3 receivers.
And boy, have they got Joey Galloway. And you know, he's 5 feet 10, so he's not small. Everybody thinks he's a little guy. He's not. Does a nice job. Patient. You see him using his hands. Now watch him run away from the world. He is so fast when he gets his hands on the football. This is his athletic ability as a runner. He starts to the left, comes back, and then just turns it on and cruises into the end zone. Runs a little bit like Deion Sanders when he has his hands on the ball. Great patience. You see him put a little shake and bake on for the touchdown. He's got wonderful moves. He works in, works out, excellent patience. A lot of fast receivers want to get in and out of routes quickly. He does not. Here he's working on wet turf in the All-Star game. You'll notice he keeps his footing, makes somebody miss, and accelerates. Great body control. Joey Galloway is going to give the Seattle Seahawks exactly what they need, a home run threat to go with Blades and Prohl.
Mel, his junior year at Ohio State, he averaged over 20 yards a reception, so he can flat out fly.
He can run. You look at the numbers on Joey Galloway, and you'll see a kid who has remarkable speed and then the production. 92 career receptions. You see the average per catch career, 17.8. Put the ball in the end zone, 17 touchdowns. Did a great job, and what he gives you is an added bonus as a punt kickoff returner, and that's something that comes in tremendously valuable to a football team, especially early in a player's career. He will certainly, with his 4.18 speed, accentuate the possession skills of a Brian Blades.
The Jets are the next team up on the board, Mel and Joe and fans out there. Warren Sapp could be a consideration, but with their loss in the trade of Rob Moore, you got to think they're looking at J.J. Stokes, and Cleveland may be where Warren Sapp goes. We'll be back. On the clock, and the fans are letting it know which way they want to go, although they pick a wide receiver, Stokes, that certainly adds up to what the Jets have done. Remember, they have the 9th pick, and now they have the 16th overall pick because the Jets in the offseason, this is what they have done. They have lost quite a few, including 3 of their veteran members on the offensive line. The pile driver, Dwayne White, Jeff Criswell going to Kansas City. They also let their veteran center Sweeney go, but they're happy with the young guys they have moving in there. That's what the Jets feel. They picked up Bubby Brister to back up Boomer Esiason. They picked up Dexter Carter from the champion 49ers. And they've lost a lot of their secondary, but they picked up Gary Jones and Todd Scott to play some safety. 3/4 of their secondary, by the way, went to the Kansas City Chiefs. Last night, Rob Moore, who after this year would have been a free agent, they were asking for money way beyond the Jets what they wanted to pay. Rob Moore became a Cardinal in exchange. The Jets get the Cards' first-round pick, a 4th-round pick, and running back Ron Moore, who in '93 was a 1,000-yard back. So that brings us up to date on the Jets. Now let's go out to Hempstead and rejoin Hank Goldberg at Weeb Eubank Hall at the Jets headquarters. Hank?
You know, Chris, the running back situation's kind of crowded here now. And remember, they have Johnny Johnson, who gets over $2 million a year, who might become expendable. So that's another consideration. But in talking with the coaches here yesterday, even before the deal for Moore was consummated, they said that if the top 3 defensive linemen weren't on the board, they would probably go wide receiver. And so the question is, in their minds, is Sapp still on the board or not? And we're told that the inclination is not. So that would really point towards the wide receiver, Chris.
Well, Hank, you would think that that's the way it adds up. About 9 minutes to go on the draft. Leon Hess, who just celebrated his 81st birthday, the venerable owner of the Jets, out of, like Mike Brown did a character change with the Bengals, so to speak. Leon Hess said, hey, I want to win now. I've waited long enough. Richie Kotite is their pressure to win, and probably Boomer Esiason's last year. Let's go now to the commissioner and get the Jets pick. The fans are ready, and apparently the Jets.
With the ninth pick in the first round, the New York Jets select tight end from Penn State, Kyle Brady. Cleveland is now on the board with a choice acquired from Atlanta.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first real upset, I think, at this point in the draft. Not that Kyle Brady is a reach. He's a unique player at tight end. But the Jets, who drafted a couple of years ago Johnny Mitchell as a tight end, now he really becomes Richard Castor or Jerome Barker. Guys that played tight end, and now Johnny Mitchell, I guess, if they keep them both, will be a wide receiver. He could do that. This could be Castor or Barkham reincarnated. Surprised?
I'm shocked. Johnny Mitchell cannot be a wide receiver. J.J. Stokes is a wide receiver.
I understand.
Michael Westbrook is a wide receiver. Johnny Mitchell is not a wide receiver. To me, this is the first upset. It just doesn't seem to make sense unless Rich Kotite has got some kind of plans that nobody knows about. They go 2 tight ends, maybe. Maybe Boomer Esiason wants to work to a tight end. I'm not sure exactly what they want to do because it doesn't seem to fill a need for them. Certainly Sapp would have been a legitimate choice. Certainly J.J. Stokes would have been a legitimate choice. From all the research we've done, all of a sudden now he takes a Kyle Brady, and you got to wonder, why?
Well, he blocks, Mel. Let's start with that.
He does. He's a good football player. I mean, it is a surprise he didn't take J.J. Stokes, but Kyle Brady is a fine football player. Work him into the mix. Really, it's 6'6" and a quarter, 260 pounds. He can do one thing that Johnny Mitchell really didn't want to do, and that's block. And when you look at the young wide receivers the Jets have, obviously Rich Kotite has a lot of confidence in Orlando Parker, Ryan Yarbrough, and Stevie Anderson. He's obviously going to look to bring in some wide receivers down the road as well. So it is a surprising pick, but at least it's a good football player, Chris.
Oh, yeah. No question about that. Penn State with 3 first-round selections for the first time ever, 3 in the first 9. Hank Goldberg, the Jets had some success some years back when they had a tight end from Penn State named Mickey Schuler. But Brady and Johnny Mitchell on the same squad. What's the reaction out there at Jets headquarters?
I think we're all a little bit flabbergasted right now, and I don't know what the plans are for Mitchell. I did see Richie Kotite having dinner with him in a Miami restaurant about a month ago, and I don't think he was telling him at the time we're drafting Kyle Brady. But it's certainly going to be interesting to see what they do with the next pick based on what their need is at this time and what kind of offense. We'll have to talk with Richie, and we'll get him down here and find out just what the thinking was, Chris.
Well, no, it's certainly a curveball. No question about Kyle Brady's ability, because we thought he might go to the next spot at Cleveland, and certainly Buffalo, a few spots down, was looking at him as well, but he's now a Jet.
He is a Jet, and he's a heck of a football player. Chris, you watch him here. He can block. He can get off the line of scrimmage, get into those hook zones, and make the reception, and that's what you really want a big tight end in the NFL to do. People say he's slow. He ran 4.72 at 260 pounds. That's not slow. Certainly, he's not a great deep threat, but you don't need that. You need a tight end that can block, get off the line. Watch the hands. Look at that. Well, it pulls it in for a big kid, very agile in the upper body. You know, like I said before, Chris, at least it's not a guy that was projected as the 31st best player in the draft that they're taking over J.J. Stokes. They're taking a good player. How he meshes into this football team is going to be the challenge of Rich Kotite and his offensive staff.
So Kyle Brady, the first real curveball here in the 1995 draft. J-E-T-S, question mark, question mark, question mark. They get a great player. The fans are mulling it over. We'll be back. All right, back in New York, the 10th team is on the clock, the Cleveland Browns, who were certainly looking at tight end Kyle Brady to be under the tutelage of Ozzie Newsome, the last tight end they took in the first round many years ago, and to expand that offense. Let's go down to Andrea Kramer by Jacksonville, and I know, Andrea, that the Browns now have gone back and are working feverishly on their draft board. This is a shocker to them.
A shocker, or as I think Hank Goldberg just used the word flabbergasted, I think they are totally shocked and really in disarray. I don't think they expected this at all. They have still on their board Ellis Johnson at their board at 10. Ellis Johnson, and they talked about Warren Sapp all along. However, they had told me earlier that they wouldn't take Sapp at 10. Now they may have to reconsider. There's also a chance of moving down, but I think right now that they are feverishly, as you used it, Chris, trying to decide what to do. They don't have defensive tackles, as you guys just mentioned, and Ellis Johnson was up there. So the guy they really wanted to move up for, of course, was Mike Mamula. They didn't have the firepower to do so without a second-round pick. So now they're sitting there, and they are making a lot of quick decisions. Let's go out to the Jets on Long Island and Hank Goldberg.
Andrea, there's a little bit of a buzz here that perhaps the Jets aren't finished. You know, one thing about Richie Kotite, he has cleaned out a lot of guys here who he thinks weren't convinced that they wanted to be Jets, Rob Moore being the latest one. So he's not afraid to pull the trigger on a deal like this, and perhaps Mitchell may be the next to go. That is a distinct possibility, and Cleveland's next. That's another possibility, Cleveland needing a tight end. Remember, Luther Ellis is still on the board for the Jets, another defensive lineman who they like. Back to New York.
Hank, that this may be, you know, they pulled a big move yesterday, a surprise pick today. They have another first-round pick coming up, 6 picks down the board. And Richie may be cleaning the house a little bit, but we shall see. Warren Sapp is there. Michael Dean Perry, James Jones tackles. Cleveland Browns now gone, both to Denver. This certainly would fit. Before we get Joe teed off on that subject, let's hit it over to Craig James. Craig?
Well, I'm with a surprise guy, Kyle Brady. I'm very surprised, actually. I mean, I'm very thankful that I'm here. Thank God that I'm here, but I thought I was going to the Browns. I was almost positive, and the Jets shocked me with a phone call, and I couldn't be more surprised, no doubt about it.
How about the fans, Jets fans in here?
Oh, they're tough, man. I'll tell you, I've never been booed before in my life. I come into New York, you know, the whole place is putting on a good time for us, and the fans boo me, so I guess I'll have to get used to it. You know, New York people are tough.
You got to get used to that left-handed pass from Boomer Esiason, right?
Yeah, that's right. I'm used to some bullets from Kerry Collins, but I wouldn't mind catching them from Boomer. I hear a lot of he's a great quarterback, and just have to get used to that left-handed spin.
Get used to the fans, too.
Oh, you're right. I'm going to have to go up here and make some friends if I can.
All right, Chris, I'll tell you this. Jets fans will love this guy. I guarantee you he goes to the Pro Bowl.
All right, Craig, yeah, 3 or 4 games in, there won't be booze for Kyle Brady. He's a really nice football player. Just surprised that he went, like everybody else, to number 9 of the Jets. Mort, your take on what's going on here with the Jets.
Well, like all kinds of possibilities going on now, like Andrea mentioned, you all have mentioned. You know, Ellis Johnson is certainly a possibility here. Sapp, but the L.A. Raiders want to move up into this spot right now to take Tyrone Wheatley of Michigan, and it's going to be interesting to see if, in fact, the Raiders can convince the Browns to trade out of that spot right now, Chris.
Well, the Raiders have also talked to the Saints about trading up in the 13th spot for Tyrone Wheatley. But more, one other item here, Cleveland, which chooses ahead of Minnesota and Tampa, of course, thinking defensive line. Both Minnesota and Tampa like Ellis Johnson. The Buccaneers discussing a trade with the Browns about possibly trading up ahead of the Vikings in Cleveland spot to pick Ellis Johnson. The Saints at 13 also thinking defense would like Ellis Johnson as well. Let's go back now to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Chris, thank you very large. Cleveland and Minnesota, 2 teams that certainly could be looking D-line are the next 2 on the board. We shall see. Stay with us, please. New York, Bristol, and beyond. We're everywhere. 2 hours into the 60th annual NFL Draft, and it's been an intriguing first couple of hours. Rich Kotite's first draft as head coach of the New York Jets, a team he used to be an assistant coach for. When he was head coach with the Eagles, the 4 years there, 41 total selections, 19 on the Eagles, 8 of them starters. As yet, no Pro Bowlers. Just took a tight end, Kyle Brady. But this is a new era for both Kotite and for the Jets. And he surprised everybody by going with Kyle Brady. He's with our Hank Goldberg now at Jets headquarters. Hank?
Well, Richie, you sprung the first upset of the day in the draft. When did you start thinking about Brady, and where does Mitchell stand? That's the second part of the question.
Well, Mitchell is very important to us. I think to have 2 great tight ends is very important to us and the things we're going to do offensively. Very few teams have one outstanding tight end, but he was rated so high on our board that at this point we couldn't pass him up.
You know, when we talked before, you talked about, and you've been quoted as comparing Sapp with Jerome Brown, or, you know, you had Jerome, that he might be that kind of player, and Sapp is still there. I've got to ask you about the team's attitude towards him.
Well, you know, there are a lot of similarities, and he's an outstanding player, but the two guys I was talking about basically were Carter and Mamula. And when they came off the board, we felt that getting Brady was the best thing for us. I don't think anyone can dispute the talent. He's outstanding tight end, maybe one of the finest to come out in recent years, and I think he's going to fit in very well here. He's a great blocker. He's an outstanding receiver, and with the type of movement that Johnny Mitchell has, that will give us a lot of different things we can do with Johnny Mitchell.
Did the situation with Sapp make him not possible?
No, I don't think that's true. I think you have to go how your people are rated on the board, and we had Brady so high that we took him.
What about the wide receiver position now? You still haven't dealt with that.
No, we haven't at this point, but it's still certainly a possibility. We still have a lot of picks. We still got another number 1, but I'm confident that we'll get a receiver that's going to help us, and I'm just thrilled that we have 2 tight ends that can apply a lot of pressure to defense.
Okay, Richie, thanks very
much.
We'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Okay, back to you in New York.
All right, Richie and Hank, thank you very much. Just a thought on the Jets. You say that, and Richie Kotite said that 2 tight ends are very important. Last year, the Jets kind of went away from what Boomer Esiason does best. Play action. There's nobody better in football at quarterback than Boomer Esiason to play action. 2 good tight ends, one who can move down the field a little bit, might play into his hands a little bit and use his strength. That's just a thought after hearing Kotite say that Mitchell is big in their plans. Now, what about Cleveland's plans, Joe? Well, they lost their tackles. Here's Sapp.
One quick thing on the Jets. J.J. Stokes is probably going to be there for their next pick. The Cleveland Browns have built their football team from inside out. Guys from big schools, 2 from Michigan, 1 from Alabama, 1 from Stanford, 1 from UCLA. Turner, Vardell, Everett inside, Langham outside, and then Alexander. I think that they wanted Kyle Brady. Absolutely, they wanted that tight end. But don't be surprised if they don't take a linebacker, maybe a Craig Powell out of Florida State, guy with a lot of speed. Obviously, because of the unique situation of the Jets draft, you also could see Cleveland trade out. They don't have a second round. Maybe they could pick up somebody there. Bruner's a tight end there. I'm not 100% convinced that they think he's the guy. I think they could go defensive line with Ellis Johnson or possibly Craig Powell to fill in where they want to be. They've been taking people from big schools. I think they'll stay that way.
Well, the Browns are on the clock. Their clock is about run up. The pick is there. Cleveland has an interesting decision to make. Let's go to the commissioner. Now they're mulling over it. Now, could it be a pronunciation? See, now we get to the point where is it a pronunciation question? Well, we'll know in a minute.
2 pieces of paper.
We've had a trade and a pick. San Francisco 49ers acquired Cleveland's choice.
Oh.
And San Francisco selected wide receiver from UCLA, J.J. Stokes. Minnesota is next on the clock with a pick acquired from Denver through Atlanta. On a trade, Cleveland acquires San Francisco's first-round pick this year, the 30th pick. San Francisco's third-round pick this year, the 94th pick. Kansas City's fourth-round pick this year, number 119. And San Francisco's first-round pick in 96.
Wow. Well, let me say this about the San Francisco 49ers. They move quicker because there's no way they knew Stokes would be there at 10 until the Jets picked Brady. So in 10 minutes, the 49ers made this move drafted it up because they know that John Taylor is reaching the end of his great productivity. They've got a guy like Stokes. Now, this is very similar to a move they made in 1985 when the slot opened at 16 for Jerry Rice and Bill Walsh moved up. Jerry Rice is the greatest receiver in the history of the National Football League. This was 1985 when Rice was there. Eddie Brown and Al Toon went ahead of him. Rice was picked with the 16th selection, and they haven't looked back ever since. This is an amazing move by the 49ers, and this was the highest that they thought they could get. With the possibility of Tampa, but this was, they said, boy, we'll have to put together a lot of things. Now, keep another thing in mind. Cap numbers. They trade a lot of picks. So they just sign one guy, and they don't have to spend for a lot of other players. So it also adds into their economics, Mel.
One thing, too, Chris, Jerry Rice, we know he's a Hall of Famer, but he's not 25 anymore. And you got to think for the future, and you have to look at depth on the San Francisco 49er football team. Nate Singleton, who came over from the Giants. They lose Ed McCaffrey in free agency. Like I said, they need somebody to groom and work into that rotation with John Taylor and Jerry Rice, and certainly J.J. Stokes. It seems like it's great to be the third receiver pick. Mort mentioned Michael Irvin, third behind Sharp and Timmy Brown, and, of course, Jerry Rice. The speed factor pushed him down. The speed factor pushed J.J. Stokes to the point where they could trade up. So the 49ers know what they're doing, Chris.
Jerry Rice was the replacement to Freddie Solomon, a very productive receiver. Freddie Solomon and Dwight Clark were the receivers. They're interesting to note. Dwight Clark, one of the men pulling the strings these days for the San Francisco 49ers. But Carmen Policy really pulls them. Let's go out to 49ers headquarters at 4949 Centennial Boulevard in Santa Clara, California, and join our Leslie Visser. Leslie.
Hi, Chris. Kind of an early blockbuster, and here's the man who made the deal. Can you talk? What were the factors of this trade?
Well, I think from the beginning, as strange as it may sound, George Seifert was pounding the table for offense, offense, offense. And we've had our eye on J.J. Stokes for approximately 7 months. And he visited us in San Diego after our game against the Chargers toward the end of the season last year. And again, he did nothing but impress us throughout the entire postseason period and the offseason. And when we saw the opportunity to reach out and grab him, so to speak, at the 10th pick, we just had to do whatever it took to get it done.
It's almost unheard of for the 49ers to trade a future pick. How did you determine that was applicable?
I don't think we've ever traded our future first-round pick. But when you're at the 30th spot, it appeared as though you weren't going to get what we consider to be one of the 8 or 9 top players in the draft. And we paid a price, but we think the price is going to pay dividends.
And what does this mean? Many people will be wondering, what does this mean for John Taylor?
Well, I think John Taylor plays a role on this team, no question about it. And don't forget, there's more than 2 receivers on the team, and I think that being able to play with Jerry Rice and John Taylor will enhance and promote the development of J.J. Stokes.
Everyone said your needs were running back and an outside pass rusher. Will you look there next?
Well, with what we have left, we'll look there next.
Thank you, Carmen. Back to you.
Well, Leslie and Carmen, they don't have a lot of left in the pick department. Remember, they don't have their 2 because they lost that to Marquez Pope. Now they lose their 3. So we've seen the 49ers make their certainly first day and part of their second day draft. 18 out of 20 years, the 49ers have made some sort of move on draft day. Last year they went up, made a move with the Rams and got Bryant Young, and you saw what he did. We talked about the Jerry Rice deal. I remember a time in '82 when they swung Russ Francis from the Patriots. He became an integral part of their Super Bowl championship team in 1984. And last year, of course, we mentioned Young and Floyd. They took at their normal spot. So this is last year's draft. They had 2 first-round picks the year before. Dana Stubblefield, one of them. You saw what he has done for the team. So they have struck gold, no pun intended, last couple of years, and so often in the first round. The teams that are at the top, they're not just there because they just miraculously for 20 straight years have the best football players. They work the system quickly, and Joe, they got a heck of a receiver.
They really did. J.J. Stokes is probably the most complete receiver in this draft. He has everything except the blazing speed. 6 feet 4.5, 217 pounds. Does an excellent job down around the line, around the goal line. Watch him catch the ball, protects it as he goes in the end zone. Now he does a terrific job. Watch his feet. Just a little tap. See that right foot slide down. Knows exactly how to get in the end zone. He's really not that necessarily fast coming off the ball, but he can run away from people. You saw the big man go down and make a low ball catch, which is very difficult for wide receivers. He not only can catch the ball down low, but if necessary, he can go up high and take the ball away. Just has a lot of gifts, soft hands, physical off the line of scrimmage, and can make things happen. Now he breaks into the open field against Washington, and he shows the kind of speed that he doesn't show in 40 times. This is one of those rare players that plays faster than his 40 time. You put pads on him, you get a faster football player. J.J. Stokes is a real find for the 49ers.
Dwight Clark, Vinny Serrato, George Seifert, John McVay, Carmen Policy, all teaming up to make a very quick move, and a wild one, Chris Mortensen, Stokes to the Niners.
That's right, Chris. You have to suspect that Bill Walsh maybe had been a factor in this one. IMG, which represents both J.J. Stokes and John Walsh, the BYU quarterback, had them both working with Bill Walsh in trying to prep them for this draft. And so I imagine Bill Walsh said, hey, J.J. Stokes might be a pretty good pick. Let's go to Mark Malone in Philadelphia.
Thanks, Mort. Just to add on the New York Jets situation, talking to Dick Haley, their player personnel guy, not too long ago after the original pick of Kyle Brady, he said obviously they're looking for a wide receiver to replace Rob Moore or a defensive person. The fact that San Francisco has now moved up really takes the real premier wide receivers out of the lot, and I would expect the New York Jets now will be going for a defensive player on that front seven. Let's go back to New York.
All right, Mark and Mort, the 49ers have made their move. Minnesota is next. First time we've seen three receivers this high since '88. Tim Brown, Sterling Sharp, Michael Irvin. They went then. They're all Pro Bowl players. We've had three go already. We'll be back.
Relax. It's dependable.
Relax. It's Ream.
Relax. It's enduring.
Now picks next, and remember that they have certainly lost one of their fine defensive tackles, Henry Thomas, signed as a free agent by the Detroit Lions. Let's go up to Brad Nessler and get the latest on the Vikings, who are on the clock right now with about 5.5 minutes to go. Brad?
All right, Chris, and that is the key point. Henry Thomas goes to the Detroit Lions as a free agent. The Vikings know they've got to fill that spot. Now, yesterday, when I talked to Roger Hedrick, the president of the team, I said, is there a defensive player worth moving up for? He said, probably Warren Sapp. I talked to Denny Green. Who's the guy that has the most impact defensively in this whole draft? He said Warren Sapp. Talked to Tony Dungy, the defensive coordinator, this morning, and said, Tony, what if he slips to number 11? He says, hey, the guy's never missed a practice. He's never slowed down in a game. If Warren Sapp falls to number 11, he personally would love to have him. So I think if the Minnesota Vikings aren't the perfect fit for Warren Sapp, that right now, that's almost an admission by them that these drug reports have had some sort of effect. They need a defensive tackle. He's the best one out there. We'll see what they do. Chris?
All right, Brad, thank you. About 4:40 to go on the Vikings pick, and then Tampa Bay is next. So, again, we're getting back to teams. Well, Minnesota here with the first of their two first-round selections. And the Buccaneers, who went down engineering that trade with Philadelphia, they, again, have to consider a player like Warren Sapp. Last year, Minnesota, we mentioned that they lost Henry Thomas, one of their tandem tackles with John Randall. They lost some other defensive linemen. They've made changes in their secondary. They pick up a starter from the Patriots, Harlan Barnett. They do pick up the Sandman, Broderick Thomas, back from Detroit, who had a very good year at outside backer for Wayne Fonts, after not playing great at Tampa. So they hope that he can come in. But, Joe, this is a team, the Minnesota Vikings, that started off with a lot of sizzle, and then at the end, it just kind of faded out and had a bad playoff loss to the Bears.
You picture Warren Sapp just like a Henry Thomas.
Well, we'll go back in a minute, because here the Vikings, they have made a selection. Joe, man, a few words.
Why not?
Funny, you see, now we just wanted to cut you off.
Look, he's gone.
The podium he's gone.
He was there. Anyway, what I was saying,
as you were saying,
as I was saying, Warren Sapp, in my opinion, fits perfectly for the Minnesota Vikings, simply because you lose a Henry Thomas, who's a shorter guy and a quick guy. Sapp would be an excellent tandem with John Randall.
With the 11th pick in the first round, the Minnesota Vikings select defensive end from Florida State, Derek Alexander.
Ooh.
Next selection will be by Tampa Bay, which is now on the clock with the choice acquired from Philadelphia.
Well, there's no mystery anymore. Derek Alexander is a fine player, but certainly was not as high up as Warren Sapp until all of this came out yesterday. Let's go to Craig James. Craig?
Absolutely right, Chris. There's no way you can rate Alexander as high as Warren Sapp. Warren, right now, the emotions.
I mean, it's just a tough situation. I'm just sitting here waiting around, but I mean, it's not that tough.
All right.
Your Drew Rosenhaus as the agent. What are you hearing on the phones right now?
Well, my phone's ringing right now, so I think it's going to be any second. Literally, this could be the key call. I think it's obvious he's going to be drafted very soon. I suspect it could be this call right now. Let's see.
Let's do it.
Hello, Rosenhaus. Yes. Yes, Jerry. Okay, you got it. I got to take this call, guys, okay?
All right. Well, obviously it is an important phone call, and we'll let you know just as soon as we can.
We're in the phone tapping now here at ESPN. That's nice to know.
Well, this is just between you and me.
Derek Alexander. Now, Mel, this is a player who a week ago, in calling around the league and the personnel folks, had kind of gone down a little bit, but this week he kind of came back up. A lot of folks looked at a workout which wasn't great. Then they went back to the film room and saw what he did on the field. I think they changed their mind and he moved back up, correct?
Yes, they did, Chris. Very productive player, fiery player, consistent football player. Didn't work out at the combine. Then he goes to the individual workout session, and he really disappointed. Did not run the kind of time that people expected, did not show the kind of athletic ability people expected. But you watch him here coming off the corner, gets into the backfield, shows some quickness in a limited area. What he doesn't have is great closing speed, and that will hurt as a pass rusher in the NFL. What he does give you is some flexibility. Can move inside, over the center and guard, and play a defensive tackle spot. And that may be the way you see him, Chris, as an on or around the scrimmage type of player. Not a kind of player that can get you 10 to 15 sacks a year.
An interesting note, Mel, this is the second year in a row that Derek Alexander has gone in the first round. Of course, a different Derek Alexander, wide receiver Cleveland last year. Now this Derek Alexander goes to Minnesota. Let's go up to Brad Nessler, who's with the Vikings coach Dennis Green. Brad?
All right, Chris, thank you. So the Vikings have made their selection. You need help on the defensive line. I'll get around to Derek Alexander, but first I got to ask you about Warren Sapp. You're not the first guy that's going to have to answer this question. You lose a guy like Henry Thomas. You and I talked yesterday about the impact a guy like Sapp could have, and yet he was there and you didn't take him.
Well, Sarah Tuala will take Henry Thomas's place, and he's done that for us for 2 years when he's had to play as a backup. So we never go into the draft thinking about a need specifically. We had Derek Alexander rated very high. We had a lot of players ranked high. You know, there are a lot of good players still on the board. So we're excited about Derek Alexander. We brought him in here with about 14, 15 other guys, and we really kind of fell in love with him. We think he's a big, explosive player. What he brings to us is one thing we've been talking about for 3 years, a little bit bigger in the defensive line, I think. Particularly when you're playing against the good teams in the fourth quarter, I think Derek Alexander can make a big difference for us.
Well, you've had a hole there with Chris Dolman since he was gone the past year. Just one more thing about the tackle, and I don't mean to harp on this thing. Did the drug allegations about Warren Sapp have any bearing on your decision?
Not at all. We had 5 blue-chip players still on the board. We had to decide what would be the best guy to help us. And, again, there's some guys on the board right now that also, if Derek Alexander had been gone, we probably would have taken them, too. For us, it's all about ranking the players and then taking the guys that we know can really help us.
You're going to try to move up again in the first round? You got number 24 yet?
Well, we got another pick, so we're still getting some calls, and we'll discuss it a little bit. I mean, I think that what we like is there's some players there because there were a few, I guess you'd quote, surprise picks in there. And so there are going to be some good players there. But if we sit tight at 24, like we did last year with the picks 19 and 20, we think we'll wind up with 2 very good football players.
All right, Denny, thanks.
You bet.
Denny Green, head coach of the Vikings. Tampa Bay's on the clock, and let's go down there to Gary Danielson. Gary?
All right, thanks, Brad. I believe it was Jerry Angelo, player personnel from Tampa, that was talking to Warren Sapp, and I'm going to bet you everything I got in my pocket. I wasn't a big quarterback. I got $21 in my pocket, but I say Tampa Bay takes Warren Sapp right now. Remember, they got a couple of second-round picks, and they got a guy that they didn't think would be there when they had the 8th pick in the draft. Now they're going to get him with a move down. I think it would be a great pick. And I recall a few years ago there were rumors about a guy named Dan Marino who fell all the way to the last pick of the first round with similar types of rumors about him. Turned out to be a pretty good football player. Chris?
Yeah, I would say that you went on a limb with that one, Gary. Let's go back to Craig James because, yes, it was a phone call that they had to take, wasn't it, Craig?
Absolutely, a very important phone call. Sam Weiss was on the phone there with Warren Sapp. Drew, are you surprised that Tampa Bay's the team?
Yeah, I'm surprised, yes. We didn't expect that they would. We had talked to them pretty extensively, but I didn't think they'd be the team. But we're elated because if he had to fall later than we thought he would go, at least he's in his home state. He's an hour and a half away from his hometown. He's in the right defensive scheme. And they have more Hurricanes on their NFL roster than any other club except for the Cowboys. So I'm happy for he and his family. They get to stay in the state of Florida. This is a Florida guy. So it's
Warren,
a consolation.
Is this a situation where one of these days you're going to look back and say, hey, I told you so?
I mean, I'm just happy that, Bucks made this decision, and, I'm just ready to move on and play some ball right now.
You feel like you're a top 3 pick in this draft?
Right now, Tampa's pick for hopefully, and then we'll move on from there.
Did you ever expect to have something like this happen to you?
I mean, there's always somebody looking to knock you off a pedestal, so, it doesn't really bother me that much.
When you talk to the Buccaneers, did they try to do any kind of numbers with you right now to work something out?
Well, we have some parameters. We're going to have to get together in the next couple of days and iron the deal out, but I don't have any problem with that because, you know, it'll be something secure for him, and we feel comfortable with the 12th slot, and we're happy to be in Florida. There's no state tax there, and the Bucs have a lot of money to spend, so he'll get a big share of that.
He's already looking out for you, Warren.
That's why I hired him, I guess.
All right, Boomer, a relieved Warren Sapp.
Yes, that's for sure, Craig. So Warren Sapp will go with the 12th overall pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Relieved. How do you spell it? You're looking at it. To the NFL draft, about 2 hours and 15 minutes in, and we've seen some surprises, and we've seen the resolution of the question. Where does Warren Sapp go? We now know, although we have not had the official announcement yet, but I think we took you behind the scenes here, that Warren Sapp is about to be the first selection of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So there is Warren. You just heard him with our Craig James. The card has come up to the commissioner, and the Buccaneers went down 5 slots, got some extra picks, and still got a guy they would have coveted at 7. Let's go to the podium.
With the 12th pick of the first round, Tampa Bay selects defensive tackle, University of Miami, Warren Sapp. New Orleans is now on the clock.
Well, let me say this, Joe. When it's all said and done about 4 or 5 years from now, all the defensive players that are going this draft, I'll put my money on Warren Sapp being the best player in the NFL.
I think when you were talking about the best players in this draft, I think Kajana Carter's name certainly came up, and the second guy came up was Warren Sapp. There wasn't any question about it. As a matter of fact, we talked about Warren Sapp going to Tampa Bay at the 7th pick. When Tampa Bay made the trade, all they did was move down, hoping that maybe Warren Sapp would be there. So this thing played out for Sam Weiss exactly the way he wanted. He got something for the move and still got the player that I think he coveted and wanted. Rusty Tillman's got to be excited, the new defensive coordinator, because now he's got somebody a little bit like Cortez Kennedy, who he had out in Seattle, to be able to move around and wreak havoc in offensive backfields.
Well, Mel, you mentioned Cortez Kennedy, Joe. Jerome Brown, Russell Maryland, all first-round picks, defensive tackle at Miami. Some say, I know Cortez is a great player. Jerome Brown, the late Jerome Brown, was a great player. Certainly Russell Maryland's a good player. Some say this could be the best one of them. His motor runs on every play, doesn't it?
Productive player, Chris, and what he does is fire up the entire club. You know, his club was trailing. The Hurricanes were trailing Florida State last year, 14-7. It was really his intensity which got this team moving, got him going, and really fired this football team up. And I think when you look at Warren Sapp, you have to believe the allegations obviously hurt. Minnesota would have taken him with all things being equal. He slides down to Tampa Bay, and what I think he's going to have to do is prove that at 6'1", 280, he can really carve a niche for a player that size, just like a Mike Singletary did as an undersized middle linebacker coming to the Chicago Bears.
Well, you saw the smile a minute ago, Mel, and there it is. It's been a very tough 24 hours for Warren, and it's going to be a tough 5-8 years for opposing teams in the NFC Central when they go up to play Sapp and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let's go to Mike Gottfried at our ESPN headquarters in Bristol, Connecticut. Mike, no question about football ability on this young man.
Chris, I don't think there's any question, but I think he's better than Russell Maryland, but not quite in the league right now as Jerome Brown or Cortez Kennedy. Let's take a look at Warren Sapp. First of all, he has explosion off the ball. When the ball is snapped at Miami, you want the defensive tackles up the field. Here you see him get in the backfield, make a sack, force the quarterback down. He has great quickness. Second thing is he has great awareness. Now here he's going to put his hands up. He's being double teamed. Now he's going to get his hands up to deflect the ball against Florida State. Again, awareness and knows what's going on all the time. What you'll want out of a defensive tackle on the inside is to collapse the inside pockets. You see him collapse the inside pocket against Boston College, causing problems for the quarterback so that he can't see and force him out of the inside pocket.
All right, Coach, thank you. Warren Sapp now goes down to the big sombrero. Let's go down to Tampa Bay and join Gary with Coach Sam Weiss. Gary?
Thanks, Chris. Sam, I don't know if I want to play poker with you guys. You played it right down to the wire.
Well, this one goes to Rich McKay and all the guys, Tim Ruskell and Jerry Angelo and all the scouts that put a lot of time into this. But there's an element of luck in this draft, as there always is, every year is. And the fact that the story came out about Warren is no question about it. I called Warren on the phone, and we had a nice, frank talk, and I told him, man, I, along with the Buccaneers and the new owners, the Glazier family, are putting our faith in you, and we can't afford to let you let us down. And he promised me, you're not going to be let down, and that I believe him.
Was that right as you made the pick, or was that last night or this morning?
No, that was just now. That's who he was talking to on the phone right there. And I think it's important that a player and the coach have that heart-to-heart talk, and there's an element of, we're in the foxhole together kind of a deal. And I think as you listen to other coaches talk, there's been a lot of coaches that said he's a great player. They had other needs. No one has really said that this guy is not somebody that can't come in and play for a long time in the NFL.
Did you ask him, or will he be required to submit to any special drug testing?
He will and wants to prove himself. When you come in like this, so exposed, so publicly being pointed to like this, I think it's in your favor to say, I want everybody to know that I can control myself. I have maybe stumped my toe, but I'm a different guy. I'm made a different fiber, and I'm going to prove it to my public.
All right, one last question. I know you were in the middle of that thing with Bill Walsh and Rosano about who took Montana. Why don't you clear it up?
Well, I tell you, can we go to sidebar on this one?
Chris Mortensen, we're going to sidebar on this.
Well, the thing about Warren Sapp is he's going to come into this league under a new drug plan, and the first step in that drug plan is that he would be asked he would undergo evaluation, and after that evaluation, if they recommend testing or if they recommend outpatient or inpatient treatment, if he refused to do that, then there might be some sanctions. But the bottom line is Drew Rosenhaus, his agent, actually had him tested twice since the Indianapolis Scouting Combine, submitted that test to some clubs, and they were negative tests, and has all along has told clubs that Warren's willing to prove himself in any way possible that he is drug-free. Let's go back to Chris in New York.
All right, Mort, thank you. So Warren Sapp becomes the 12th pick in the draft. He goes to Tampa Bay, their first-round selection. New Orleans is next on the clock. There's the smile. We'll be back. NFL draft, the New Orleans Saints are on the clock, a little less than 8 minutes to go for their selection, and then the Buffalo Bills and the Indianapolis Colts are after them. Let's go to Dallas, to Chris Myers, who has some thought process on the Saints. They could go any one of three directions, I think, Chris.
Yeah, they've designated 5 top defensive players, and currently Ellis Johnson, defensive lineman from Florida, and the linebacker Mark Fields from Washington State are at the top of that list. But, Chris, they determined an hour ago that even though they need help on defense, and that's the area they want to go, that no way would they take Warren Sapp based on the information that's there, so they weren't going to select him anyway. There is a possibility the Saints could trade down and still get their defensive player. The Raiders have contacted them about possibly trading up to draft running back Tyrone Wheatley. The Giants, who choose ahead of the Raiders, are a team that also may be looking at running back. Now let's go back to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Chris, thank you. While the Saints still deliberating, there's a little less than 7 minutes to go on their selection. It has been a 24 hours that certainly Warren Sapp and his confidants and his family and those surrounding him will not forget for a long time. 24 hours that must have seemed faster than a New York minute.
This past Thursday, April 20th, teams interested in Sapp asked for the NFL security background check run on the player. Chris Mortensen double-checked the sources before going on air with the story last night.
Their background check by NFL security has produced 7 positive drug tests by Sapp, 6 for marijuana, 1 for cocaine.
Also last night, ESPN's Chris Berman spoke with Seattle Seahawks coach Dennis Erickson by telephone. Erickson was Sapp's college coach. Erickson told Berman that Sapp had tested positive for marijuana twice during his college career, once during Sapp's freshman year, once during his senior year. Sapp's agent issued a blanket denial.
I'd say that report is totally false. Warren has never tested positive for any type of cocaine substance, nor has he ever had any multiple failures or positive tests for marijuana.
This morning, Erickson also denied the NFL security report cited by Mortensen.
The 7 positives, the cocaine, that's absolutely a lie and not true at all. And that did not, Warren Sapp did not, or was not, I should say, involved in those accusations.
Have either Sapp or his agent gotten in touch with you since ESPN went on the air with this report last night?
No, I have not talked to his agent or to Warren about this since you guys went on the air with it last night.
Did you talk last night with Dennis Erickson?
Yes, I did. You know, and I was trying to figure out where these things were coming from. Coach Erickson was obviously there, and he was shocked to hear these reports because these guys have been together, and there was never any problems.
Are you denying telling Chris Berman last night that Sapp twice tested positive for marijuana use at the University of Miami?
All I'm telling you is I cannot talk about any of the players at the University of Miami as far as drug testing is concerned. That's all I can tell you.
I don't think that there's a tremendous amount of concern. I think the teams that were interested in drafting Warren before the reports that surfaced last night are still going to take him. I still see him going in the top 10. Some of the teams with real thin skin, they might be scared away by this bogus media stuff. But, hey, that's fine because, you know, he wouldn't want to play for those guys anyhow.
All right, Warren, what about the 2 positive tests?
I mean, like we said, I mean, it's total fabrication. I mean, I don't even know where it's coming from. So, I mean, wherever somebody's getting it from, I mean, I just actually, you know, show some proof then, if that's what you say.
With the 12th pick of the first round, Tampa Bay selects defensive tackle, University of Miami, Warren Sapp. New Orleans is now on the clock.
Well, certainly an eventful 24 hours, but at least as far as entering the National Football League, we now have a resolution to the question. Warren Sapp picked by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the number 12 overall slot. Now he just has a chance to prove what he can do on the football field and prove what he can do off the football field. And he'll be a young man, as we heard him and his agent Drew Rosenhaus say, that certainly will be up to that challenge. The New Orleans Saints have about 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. The Saints have been, well, it's been like a turnstile down there. It's been like about 11 p.m. on Bourbon Street, what the Saints have done in the offseason. They have signed a backup quarterback, Tim Rosenbaum. They let the Wade Wilson go. You see the linebacker move. They get Rufus Porter, fine player from the Seattle Seahawks. They lose a linebacker of the caliber of Darian Connor to the Carolina Panthers, along with the last of the Mohegans, Sam Mills, that great linebacking quartet. He went to Carolina as well. They pick up Eric Allen, just about as good a cover corner as there is, and they lose Vinnie Clark, and they change punters. Barnhart goes to Carolina, and Klaus Winsmeyer becomes the new punter from the 49ers on the New Orleans Saints. So, Joe, program sales will be up in New Orleans, so they really have to evaluate almost a whole new team here.
Well, I think so, Chris. I think obviously the defensive line is an area of concern, and even linebacker, because, see, Monty Kiffin has taken over as the defensive coordinator. His background is out of Minnesota, where you go 4 down instead of the way it's been in New Orleans for so long, a 3 down. But you look at their rankings, again, 27th in points, 26th in passing yards, total yards 25th, first downs a game 28th, and touchdown passes against 28 total, tied for 27th. Joel Smenge's gone, Sam Mills is gone. I would look for them to conceivably go for a Mark Fields here, who's a very complete linebacker, or maybe a Hugh Douglas, who was a linebacker who hasn't played in the 3-4, won't need to. Good rushman, opportunity for somebody to come in and play right away. I think they're going to go with 3 linebackers. So to me, a linebacker choice here, boom, would make a lot of sense for New Orleans.
And Turnbull would go down up front of one of the 4. Linebackers, not many in this draft. We haven't come close to one being picked thus far, Mel.
No, we won't. And I'll tell you, when you look at the New Orleans Saints, they got a great linebacker pick in the 3rd round last year. Winfred Tubbs, who they really like. He can play inside. He can play outside. Damian Covington's undersized. He's under 6 feet tall. That could push him into the 2nd round. Styles' workouts weren't very good. That's moved him down. Mark Fields had an extraordinary year in terms of production, then was a workout warrior, running 4.55, 4.60 at about 242 pounds. That's moved him to the top of that class in terms of being a guy that can play either in the middle or, Joe, play outside linebacker.
Definitely, I mean, you know, and when you're looking at a team that is doing a new offense or defensive scheme, a new coordinator, you definitely want to get somebody who can come in and fit and play for it. I think Fields would be the guy.
Well, the New Orleans, the pick is coming up. Will it be Mark Fields forever in New Orleans, or, well, we shall see. The commissioner has the card.
It won't be Warren Sapp.
This just
I figured that out.
Yeah.
Or J.J. Stokes.
Kidneys. Let's go up to the podium.
With the 13th choice in the first round, the New Orleans Saints select linebacker from Washington State, Mark Fields.
Let's go, fellas.
The Buffalo Bills are next on the clock.
All right, guys, you got him.
When you look at Fields and talk about the frame, 240-plus pounds, and watch the quickness and the explosion of this kid. He was all over the field for Washington State. That's a guard. He just drilled at the line of scrimmage and moved in for the sack. There he is. Look at the form tackling, hit, lift, and drive. That's why I really believe he can play any position, and along with Winford, Tubbs is very versatile. Look at his speed here. Picked up the fumble. That was the key play that allowed them to beat Illinois. Then you look at him coming here, inside, between the center and guard hole, moves in for the sack. That's the kind of speed and the size combination that moved him to the top, Chris. And when you talk about a guy who can play middle or on the outside, can cover, play in space, get into the backfield, he can really do it all. And the workout, that individual workout, is what allowed him to move into the mid-first round.
Well, I mean, some people might feel a little high, but they had the great linebackers with Swilling and Ricky Jackson on the outside and Vaughn, Johnson, and Mills on the inside. They're all gone. Is this the start of a new era of linebackers at the Saints? They need only 3 of them. Mark Fields may be one. We'll be back.
The Italians have always been known for incredible cuisine, distinctive architecture, and, until recently, the very finest in exotic sports cars. Introducing the new NSX-T from Acura. Some things are worth the price.
Rule number 45, board checking. Rule number 25, to play the game, use a puck. The Blues and the Stars will shine Tuesday. The NHL rules on ESPN2.
We are back at the 60th annual NFL selection meeting, the NFL draft, and picking for the highest they have selected since 1987. The Buffalo Bills are picking in the 14th spot. Now they're usually picking in the number 27 spot because the 4 years before this they have represented the AFC in the Super Bowl, albeit that last game did not go the way they and the fans in Buffalo wanted. They did a pretty good job of drafting that low. They've gone defensive back pretty much all 4 of the 5 last years. The Buffalo Bills may be the last of an era. Yes, they lost Darryl Talley. Yes, they lost the Reichen and Metzelars. But guys like Jim Kelly and Kent Hull, of course, they pick up Jeff Coat with a move, and some of their other players like Kenny Davis and Steve Tisker at Tasker and Andre Reed and Bruce Smith, who's now 31, and Thurman Thomas was not yet hitting 30, but they have pretty much, in this day and age of free agency, kept the nucleus together. What they're trying to do as we go up to Chris Fowler is make one last run. They figure they have 1 or maybe 2 at the max years left to make a run with this team. They've had big changes in the offensive line. Reuben Brown is sitting there. That might be a selection that will work for the Buffalo Bills. Let's go to Chris Fowler. What do you hear up north?
Well, Reuben Brown would be a consideration, Chris. This, many people up here consider the most important draft of the Buffalo Bills in a long time. It's the highest they have drafted since '88 when they took Thurman Thomas at 14. And incidentally, he was the last rookie to be a significant starter, so the Bills have had the luxury of not having to draft guys who come in and start right away. Joining us now, the president and the original owner of the team, Ralph Wilson. Do you see this weekend as a crossroads for this franchise? 13 guys gone from last year and the opportunity to make maybe 1 more 2 moves and get back to the Super Bowl?
Well, we certainly are going to make an effort. Fortunately, we haven't been drafting this low in prior years, but with the 14th pick, we know we can get a good player here.
I know Bruce Smith told me he was lobbying for a young pass rusher to groom. Jim Kelly's been screaming for a receiver, but the top players of those positions are gone. My cab driver over here wanted an offensive lineman. Does the cab driver win out at this point?
Well, you know, those cab drivers sometimes can be pretty correct, you know. Whatever the cab driver said, you know, the Bills might go for.
What is the importance of getting a quarterback of the future? Jim Kelly, I know his knee is rehabbing well, and he should be 100% for the season. But what is the importance, perhaps in round 2 or round 3, of getting a quarterback of the future?
Well, I don't know what the position, how they'll fall in the second and third round. Nobody knows. But sure, we would like to get somebody to come in and behind Jim. But we think, I personally think that Jim has another maybe 3 or 4 years left in his career.
It's a moot point now, but as an owner, would you have been concerned about taking Warren Sapp with this 14th pick, given the conflicting reports, some of which were denied by his agent and his former head coach?
Well, he's a great player, Warren Sapp, and he's going to make a great contribution. I think that these reports from the media and from the league, I think he probably will make a big impact on him, and he will certainly go the straight and narrow from now on.
All right, thank you for joining us. I know you want to get back down to the war room. You're involved in talking to the scouts. Boomer, maybe the cab driver will win out. Reuben Brown, whom the Bills see as perhaps moving to a guard, may be the guy.
All right, Mr. Wilson and Chris, thank you very much. One thing you must know about the folks in Buffalo, they all follow the Buffalo Bills. I think the cabbie has the meter running. I think Reuben Brown makes a lot of sense. If you look at offensive line, and we have not had, except for Baselli, they're all there. This is the position that certainly fell to the Bills, and this is a position, they got Fien at left tackle, they got Hull at the center, where they can use some help. And Reuben Brown, tackle or guard, where would you project him?
Really, either place. I think with Buffalo, you would think about maybe guard initially, but their master plan is to move Glenn Parker to guard and maybe John Fina inside either guard or center down the road. And with Reuben Brown, he played tackle at Pitt, did a great job. Then at the Senior Bowl, Chris, he played guard and really neutralized some of the better defensive linemen in college football coming into the NFL. He's 6'3", 305. He's got a great base and long arms. So if you're going to be shorter as an offensive tackle, you better have the long arms, and Reuben Brown has it.
Well, they got young guards. Ostrovsky came in. They had to use a lot of their depth that they really hadn't planned on use. Depth is fine until you have to use it, as I've heard a couple of coaches say. But with the Bills with 7.5 minutes left to go, it would make sense. Of course, I'm just taking a stab at it. We'll be back right after this.
From across the seas, Beck's delivers the grand tradition and taste of the German art of brewing. Beck's, the #1 imported German beer.
You're beautiful. You're everything I ever wanted.
If you love your car, what you put on it should be more than just a wax. New Zymol Natural Liquid Auto Polish protects your finish with beeswax and shines with rare Brazilian carnauba. Safe, naturally derived ingredients, so pure, powerful, perfect.
Oh, so beautiful.
New Zymol Natural Liquid Auto Polish.
A brilliant idea never starts out brilliant. It starts out ridiculed. Because it's different and people haven't seen anything like it. Be unreasonable. Insist that it can be done. Show them how. This is the software that helps you show them.
Kellogg's Raisin Bran tastes so good, people forget it's good for them. So while you're eating, I'll read about the nutrition, and then you can give me your thoughts, okay?
Okay.
Here we go. Wheat bran, vitamin D,
this tastes
fiber,
good.
iron.
Really good.
Okay, listen up here. Listen
I
up
really
here.
love this stuff.
Raisins and the bran together. Keep listening. Hey, nobody's listening.
There are 2 reasons to eat Kellogg's Raisin Bran. The taste.
I think I hear a raisin. Does it say anything about nutrition?
My folks are here. These Super 8 motel rooms are roomy.
At these prices, we'll never leave.
Super 8 Motels, 1-800-800-8000. So affordable, so comfortable.
And welcome back to New York, where the Buffalo Bills have 5.5 minutes to make their selection. The Bills have been very busy, and we said that they're trying to make one last run at getting back in the Super Bowl. Guys that they have acquired, pass rushers. Jim Jeffco can still rush the passer on the outside. Ted Washington to play defensive tackle, former Niner and Denver Bronco. But the big one is Bryce Pop. The Bills' entertaining thoughts under new defensive coordinator Wade Phillips of going with a 4-3. It would be Bennett to the weak side linebacker, Pop to the strong side linebacker. And you see some of the losses we mentioned, Reich and Metzelaars, and of course Darryl Talley. You just can't replace him in the locker room. But who do you replace on the offensive line? Let's go to the podium and grab the commissioner. Shouldn't be hard to pronounce.
With the 14th pick in the first round, the Buffalo Bills select guard from the University of Pittsburgh, Reuben Brown. Indianapolis Colts are next on the clock.
Now that he's on the horn right now with the Buffalo Bills, I know you guys are shocked that
The cab driver got it right.
The cab driver got it
before me. Not only did you get it right, but the cab driver got it right.
Well, he drove me to the airport recently. Mike Gottfried is up at our studios in Connecticut, and Coach, you're responsible for bringing Reuben Brown to Pittsburgh initially, so you've had your eye on him for a long time.
Well, Chris, what a lot of college coaches like to do is recruit defensive linemen in high school, because if they don't make it on defense, you can always move them to offense. You can't go the other way most of the time. In Reuben Brown, we get a good player here for the Buffalo Bills. He has versatility at the guard and tackle position. Here you see him at a guard spot, pulling down the line, blocking the outside linebacker. He has excellent feet. Reuben Brown also can be a left tackle. Now remember, most quarterbacks right-handed. You want to protect the blind side of the quarterback. He's a very good pass blocker. And what also you like in Reuben Brown is he delivers the first blow. He comes off the ball. You see him right here at the left side. Just comes off the ball, is able to get the block and control the line of scrimmage. I think it's a very good pick by Buffalo, Chris, but I'll tell you also, I like Ellis Johnson. I think Ellis Johnson, with the premium on defensive linemen, Ellis Johnson has to go very, very quickly. Has to go to Chris Fowler at Buffalo.
Well, Mike, offensive line, certainly one of the areas the Bills wanted to address. Marv Levy joins me. You got the guy you wanted there.
Well, he certainly was a player we had rated highest on the board at this stage, Chris, and we're very happy. We had Reuben rated high all along. It is an area where we have needs, so we're very pleased with our selection.
You and your general manager, John Butler, have said all along, the guy you get in this slot has to be a difference maker. It's not the old George Allen philosophy you use where you draft a rookie and sit him on the bench. Can Brown come in and be a difference maker right away?